Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch,
Here.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Roden,
Here.
Councilmember Strong is not present at this time. Mayor Hammond,
Here.
Okay. So we're all good?
it was noticed on the agenda that we have a teleconference location Mayor Hammond is participating from.
Yes.
I'm
Yep.
sorry, I didn't hear the question.
What was that?
So Mayor Hammond is participating remotely. It was noticed on the agenda for a teleconferencing meeting
Yes.
pursuant to the Brown Act. And so he is participating from his location
Right.
at 96105 Ocean Breeze Drive in Ferdinanda Beach, Florida.
Right. Is there
And for the record,
Yes, I am.
Councilmember Strong has entered the meeting.
So as a result, we'll be taking all votes by roll call vote tonight.
Right. Okay. Okay. Fred, welcome. And we'll move on to closed session items this time.
Thank you. We are going into closed session on 2 items. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. And then also a conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case, Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Thank you very much.
And we have any public comment on the items on the list?
I am Dave Nelson of Crown Way in Paso Robles. Since I don't know what the nature of the anticipated legal action is, I'm going to go ahead and speak about our referendum petition in case it's related.
Could you raise the mic up, please? Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks.
I'm going to speak about the referendum petition for paid parking. The people have been dissatisfied with the decisions made by this council regarding downtown paid parking. They've chosen to present a referendum, turning the decision over to the full vote of the people. So you have in your possession that referendum petition to require voter approval of paid parking zones ordinance. The petition is presented in accordance with Article 2 of the California Constitution and is signed by over 2,400 registered voters of Paso Robles. It's clear on the face of every page what the people are asking for, and that is to put this issue to a full vote of the people. As a proponent and circulator of this petition, I represent every person who affixed their signature to the petition. I don't seek input from city staff or city lawyers or anyone else. They don't run the city. The people do. And the people have affixed their signatures here to this petition. You, the city council, also represent the people. Not the city staff, not the city attorney. You represent the people of this city. As sworn council members, you also have a strong commitment to uphold the California state constitution. That constitution gives the right to petition and instruct the government to the people. If for some reason you were not to honor this referendum of the people by placing paid parking zones on the ballot or repealing it, you will have exhausted what trust remains left for the city council by the people. You will have elevated the paid parking issue to a California constitutional referendum issue. You will have proved me wrong in that I claimed that the city would accept a referendum. The people will hang this around your necks in November. They will vote to replace those who voted for paid parking, and they will vote to defeat anything else you propose. So I'm counting on each of you to do your duty, uphold your oath, perform your ministerial duty, and place paid parking zones on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments at this time? Seeing none, bring it back to the council. And at this time, we'll adjourn to closed session, and we'll be reconvening at 6:30 p.m. for the main meeting. Thank you. Welcome to the City Council meeting for April 16th for the City of Paso Robles, 2024. At this time, I would like to have everybody rise and join us in the pledge to the flag, and Councilman Strong will lead us. And please remain standing for Rabbi Mayor Gordon for his presentation.
And you say with me, please, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I begin with the words of King David in Psalms 123. To you I lifted up my eyes, you who dwell in heaven. Almighty God, master of the universe, the members of this esteemed body, the Paso Robles City Council, convene here today to fulfill one of the 7 commandments which you issued to Noah and his family after the great flood. The commandment that all societies be governed by just laws. As stated in the book of Genesis and its sacred commentaries, you issued at the time the following 7 laws. To worship you and you alone, never to blaspheme your holy name, not to commit murder, not to commit adultery, not to steal, lie, or cheat, not to be cruel to any living creature, and that every society be governed by just laws based on the recognition and acknowledgement of you, O God, as the sovereign ruler of all humankind and all nations. I invoke your blessing today upon the City Council gathered here as they prepare to resume their work on behalf of the citizens of this great city of Paso Robles. We ask your divine blessing for all their constituents, wherever they may be. Gathered here in a meeting of elected leaders, let us recall the preeminent leader, the biblical Moses. As the contemporary spiritual leader, the Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson of righteous memory, explained, Moses was not merely a leader who set guidelines and imparted knowledge to his people, but he also had the unique gift of being able to reveal every individual's inherent potential. Almighty God, please bestow the wisdom upon the City Council members gathered here today to legislate laws that are not only just and compassionate, but ones that enable all Paso Roblans of all ages, backgrounds, and cultures the ability to achieve their true potentials. Please invoke your blessings upon the Paso Robles City Council, as amongst other things, they follow the American tradition of over 4 decades established by the U.S. Congress and presidents to mark the 122nd birthday of the great spiritual leader, the Rebbe, on April 19th as Education and Sharing Day here in the great city of Paso Robles. A day upon which to recall that education must go beyond the acquisition of knowledge, but must also focus on building moral character. May there be peace and harmony in this great city of Paso Robles, across this great state, and in the Holy Land of Israel, and across the entire globe. May it be your will, God Almighty, that the tireless efforts of the City Council be successful, empowering all the individuals in this great city to be decent human beings, considerate of others, reverent of you, and ready to do their bit towards the ultimate goal of a perfect world in which your presence will be manifest. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Mayor Gordon. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch,
Here.
Councilmember Roden,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory,
Here.
and Mayor Hammond. Mayor Hammond is not in the meeting at this moment. We are expecting him to join us virtually. He was here a little bit ago.
Okay. Thank you. Staff introductions, please.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Brian Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer. Darren Dash, City Planner.
Paul Sloan, Assistant Capital Project. North Police Chief. Mark Scandal, Central Manager. Caleb Davis, Police Commander. Todd Graham, Police Commander.
We have a lot of shy police officers back there, but thank you for coming. And believe me, I don't say shy because I know you guys aren't. Anyway, Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
Mayor Hammond, have you joined the meeting?
Yes, Melissa, I'm online.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome, John. All right, this time I'd like to report from closed session, please, to our city attorney.
Thank you, sir. The council went into closed session on 2 items. One was initiation of litigation. The other was exposure to litigation. One case for each item. There is no reportable action at this time. The council has not concluded their conversations and will be reconvening in closed session at the conclusion of this meeting.
Okay. Thank you. And also, Elizabeth, could you please explain where John Hammond is?
So Mayor Hammond is out of town, and we have noticed this as a teleconferencing meeting. It is, back up. It has also been noticed in addition to here at the city, it's been noticed at his teleconference location, which is 96105 Ocean Breeze Drive for Fernandina Beach, Florida, 32034. And so we are proceeding under the traditional Brown Act rules, which allow us to have a teleconferencing as long as the majority of the council is present in the jurisdiction.
Yeah, Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes, John?
Yeah, I am out here in Florida to meet with the executive director of the Cecil Spaceport, talking about their FAA license that they currently have, and be back in Paso accordingly.
Very good, John. Thank you for that. Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and do some presentations. And our first presentation is a presentation of life-saving medal to our police officers, Josh Lewis and Alex Haskell. I'm going to join the presentation, but I know it's good for me, so I'm going to let Ty do all the talking. So.
It's all right,
So.
There we go. Testing. So yeah, we have Chief Nord, we have Officer Lewis and Officer Haskell here this evening to receive a medal from the department for their actions on March 20th, whereby they helped save a young man from making a horrible decision that would have likely ended his life, if not for the life of other people that were traveling below on the freeway, below the Niblick Bridge on Highway 101. It's a very momentous occasion. I'll save some of my comments for afterwards. Chief, I'd like to turn it over to you from here.
So it's not often we get to recognize our law enforcement staff, and every day they do amazing things. Every day they go out and they touch lives and they save lives and they help. But it's very rare that is something that is as special as this. We had 2 officers, Officer Lewis and Officer Haskell. On that date, they went out and they got a call of a suicidal subject on the Niblick Bridge, and he was up on top of the wiring that goes over the freeway. And immediately when they got there, they started talking to him with just such compassion. I've been doing this a long time, and I can tell you I've heard 20-year veterans not be able to touch someone or to reach someone like they did that day. As they were talking to him, I watched the video, and I knew the outcome. And watching the video, I had anxiety of wondering what was going to happen. Because it was just that close. It was that close to see the person scooting closer and closer and his legs dangling. And again, you just don't know what's going to happen. Officer Haskell continued to engage him, ask him questions, tell him how much he cared, that other people cared, really trying to take his mind off of what was happening. As that went on, it was clear that there came a point where it just wasn't working anymore. And with quick action and teamwork, Officer Lewis immediately jumped up on the fence, putting himself in danger, and actually together they were able to pull him off and save his life that day. Within the next 24 hours, 48 hours, that individual actually called the police department to thank them. He said, "Thank you very much. I was actually in a bad place. I'm doing better now. Thank you for saving us." So I just want to say thank you to these 2. It's not often that we get to save a life and actually celebrate it with everyone. And it's nice to actually see more cops here than there are firemen. That's rare. But today I would like to award Officers Lewis and Officer Haskell with the life-saving medal from the police department.
Well, the chief is struggling to get those free for everybody. I'll fill some time. So just so you know, there's only a handful of these that have been given out in the history of the department. Some of you might remember we've had some pretty stressful events in this community over the last couple of years. One of those being the Mason Lyra event, the downtown shooter that was here a few years back. And we did issue some medals during that time. But these are a very special occasion, and the reason they're so special for me, and one of the reasons why I think it's important for the community to hear this, is even though the Officer Lewis and Haskell made a definite impact on that young man's life that day, what a lot of people don't realize is the trauma and the a lot of people, except for maybe the families and the officers themselves, don't realize the amount of trauma and the amount of emotion that they carry along with them, even in an event like this where it had a ultimately positive outcome. All the men and women that you see in the back there are definitely, and I know these two officers would underscore that, would have done the same thing in the same position, but it just really underscores the dedication, the investment in our community and the investment in people that our police department displays. So I can't tell you how important and how proud I am of these two officers and your police department chief. Again, I think that we have the finest police officers in the county, if not in the state, and this is just a firsthand example that you all get to share in that shows, you know, the amount of dedication that our officers have. So let's give them one more round of applause.
Thank you for coming. Really, I was just doing my job. Every one of the officers would have done the same thing. It's just I happened to be the one at that call of the day. So thank you guys thanks for coming, everyone.
Oh yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Feel very honored to serve amongst all of the brave men and women of our department. And same thing, it was definitely a stressful situation. I was thankful to have my partner there with me, and I know anybody would have done exactly the same thing in the same circumstances. So thank you everybody. I really appreciate everybody being here and for your support.
Okay, so our next proclamation is for the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. So would everybody come on up? Just do it that way. All right, and your name, please?
I'm Dispatcher Sarah Fana.
Support Services Manager Kate McKinley.
Whereas the professional public safety dispatcher plays a vital role in the protection of human life and property and the preservation of law and order guaranteed by our Constitution. And whereas the incidence of crime, alcohol and drug abuse, suicides, medical and fire emergencies, broken homes, and child and elderly abuse are a daily occurrence. And whereas the safety of our police officers, firefighters, and public are dependent on the quality and the accuracy of the information obtained from citizens who telephone the Paso Robles Police Department Communications Center. And whereas the professional public safety dispatcher is a vital link between the citizen or victim and the public safety provider who may apprehend a criminal, save their worldly possessions from fire or theft, or save their life or the life of a loved one. And whereas the city of Paso Robles is fortunate to have a wonderful group of dedicated, trained professional safety dispatchers, and whereas these professionals need and deserve the informed support of our community, continually maintain and improve the quality of public safety dispatching services. And whereas the United States Congress has set aside the second full week of April to recognize telecommunicators and their crucial role in the protection of life and our property. Now, on behalf, therefore, it is be resolved that I, Steve Gregory, by virtue of authority vested in me as Mayor Pro Tem, and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim this week of April 14th through the 20th, 24 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the City of Paso Robles, in which to commend the dedication and contribution of our professional safety dispatchers. Please give them a round of applause. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you very much for this recognition, and I'm very proud to work for the city and protect my officers, protect my firefighters and city staff that we work closely with. I'm very pleased to have been here for 16 years and hopefully another 15 more too. Oh, sorry. She's all
right. Thank you all. Thank you very much. And thank you the other dispatchers too. Okay, Rabbi Mayor Gordon. Okay. How are you? Education and Sharing Day. Friday, April 19th. I'm going to have you hold that. April 19th, whereas basis for the continuity of society is education in the city of Paso Robles, and education of our youth is a priority. And whereas, in order to achieve the highest goals, education must not only impart knowledge, but also teach the students how to live, forming and strengthening their moral character to make a better life for themselves as individuals and for society as a whole. Whereas global spiritual leader, the Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Snurnson, is that right, of righteous memory, stressed that a moral and ethical education empowers every individual to develop their full potential in making the world a better place. Whereas such an education can nurture the unity of the diverse peoples through encouraging increased acts of goodness and kindness, imbued with the awareness that even a single positive act of an individual can change the world and usher in an era of global peace. And whereas April 19th, 2024 will mark 121 years of Rebbe's birth, and this year begins celebrations of the 75th anniversary of his leadership in the Chabad Lubavitch movement. Chabad is an acronym for three Hebrew words: wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Whereas Education and Sharing Day is observed each year on Rebbe's birthday in recognition of his outstanding and lasting contributions toward the improvement of education, morality, and acts of charity around the world, a day to pause and reflect on our responsibility to ensure youth have the foundation necessary to live lives rich in purpose and fulfillment through service and good works. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Steve Gregory, in the virtue of authority vested in me as Mayor Pro Tem, and speaking on behalf of Together and Create a Better, Brighter, More Promising Future, the entire City Council, do here proclaim Friday, April 19th, to be Education and Sharing Day in the city of Paso Robles, and call upon everyone to work together to create a better, brighter, and more promising future for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Just going to take a moment to thank the City Council for the proclamation and just to speak to the Rebbe's messaging on education and sharing, where the Rebbe, who was born back 122 years ago in Ukraine, escaped the horrors of Europe of the time, made it to the United States in 1941, and made it his life's mission not only to care and to promote and to re-energize the Jewish community, but to care for our society at large and put a major focus on education. The Rebbe would teach that education is not only about teaching knowledge and academics, but also about teaching morals and values and ethics and preparing the next generation to not just teaching them how to make a living, but also how to live a life and sharing and caring for other people. And we appreciate this proclamation. And I want to encourage all of you to take some time on Friday to think about these ideas. We're all either educators to children or to our acquaintances or to people we meet in the street. And when we interact with other people, let's do it in a way that promotes not just information, but also character building and sharing and teaching those ethics and values that make our society a better society. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Okay. And our next is Parkinson's Awareness Month. And is Vic here? Vic, well, okay. Seeing he's not here, I'll just go ahead and read it for us. Whereas Parkinson's disease is a chronic, progressive neurological disease and is the second most common neurodegenerative disease in the United States. Whereas Parkinson's disease is estimated to affect approximately 1 million people in the United States, and prevalence will rise to 1.2 million by 2030. And whereas 90,000 new people are diagnosed each year in the United States with Parkinson's disease. And whereas Parkinson's disease is the fourth leading cause of death in the United States, according to the Center of Disease Control and Prevention. Whereas it is estimated the economic burden of Parkinson's disease is at least $52 billion annually, including direct and indirect costs, including treatment, Social Security payments, lost income to patients and family members. And whereas research suggests the cause of Parkinson's disease is a combination of genetic and environmental factors, but the exact cause and progression of the disease is still unknown today. And whereas the symptoms of Parkinson's disease vary from person to person and can include tremors, slowness of movement, rigidity, difficulty with balance, swallowing, chewing, speaking, cognitive impairment, and dementia, mood disorders, and a variety of other non-motor symptoms. And whereas volunteers, researchers, caregivers, and medical professionals are working to improve the quality of life with persons living with Parkinson's disease and their family. And whereas increased research, education, and community support services, such as those provided by the Parkinson's Foundation and other organizations, are needed to find more effective treatments to provide access to quality care to those living with this disease. Now, therefore, be resolved that I, Steve Gregory, Mayor Pro Tem, by the virtue of authority vested in me, and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, I do hereby proclaim the month of April to be Parkinson's Awareness Month. Okay. And thank you for that group. And are you getting tired of my voice yet? Here we go. So our next one is Sexual Assault Awareness Month proclamation. And is Juan Ramirez here? Oh, good one. Thank you. Okay, so Sexual Assault Awareness Month, April 2024. Whereas Sexual Assault Action Month calls attention to the fact that sexual and intimate partner violence is widespread and impacts every person in Paso Robles. And whereas the marginalization of certain groups in society, including undocumented individuals, transgender individuals, and those living with disabilities, increases their vulnerability to sexual violence. And whereas, although progress has been made towards preventing and ending sexual violence, important work remains to be done. And whereas Lumina Alliance continues to provide a safe environment to those affected by sexual violence with crisis intervention, counseling, education, and emergency safe housing with the help of the dedicated volunteers and professionals. Whereas Lumina Alliance has provided services to 1,397 people in 2022 and 23, including answering 2,189 calls on their crisis line. Whereas Luminous Alliance has provided 380 survivors with more than 4,800 sessions of therapy in 22 and 23. Whereas Lumina Alliance is celebrating the 45th anniversary of serving survivors of sexual and intimate partner violence in San Luis Obispo County in 2024. Whereas Lumen Alliance encourages the community to recognize our collective power to create a culture that is simultaneously supports survivors and nurtures a world where everyone can live free from violence. And whereas the city of Paso Robles strongly supports the efforts of Lumen Alliance, how every segment of our society can work together and better address sexual violence and how to help survivors connect with the services. Now, therefore, be resolved that I, Steve Gregory, Mayor Pro Tem, by the virtue of authority vested in me as that person, and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council in recognition of the important work done by the sexual violence programs, do hereby proclaim the month of April to be National Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for this proclamation. My name is Juan Ramirez. I'm a board member for Lumina Alliance that has been serving survivors for 45 years. We are so grateful for this proclamation, and with the support of our local leaders and community members, we can work to build a community safe from all forms of sexual assault. On behalf of Lumina Alliance, Board of Directors, donors, staff, and volunteers, we thank you for this taking action this month to celebrate our vision of a safe, thriving, and equitable San Luis Obispo County.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for all the folks that showed up, and thank you, Rabbi, for all the work you do for us. At this time, we'll have time for general public comments. This is the time when the public may address the council on items within the council's purview, but not scheduled on the agenda. All persons desiring to speak on the agenda, on an agenda item, are asked to speak out as the speaker information cards and give them to the city clerk prior to speaking. Each individual speaker will be limited to a presentation of 3 minutes per item. Those persons wishing to speak on any item scheduled on the agenda will be given the opportunity to do so at the time that is being considered. State law does not allow the council to discuss or take actions on issues not on the agenda, except that the members of council or staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. Okay. First speaker, Mr. Roush.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. John Roush, 1321 Spring Street. I am a proponent of the paid parking referendum. It is obvious from our referendum and the over 2,400 signers of our petition what they requested. Put paid parking on the ballot for voters to decide. As such, I am appealing to each of you to examine your moral compass, to examine your conscience, to review your oath to serve your constituents, and to put paid parking on the ballot for the citizens to decide. You have the power to do so. If there are any deficiencies in our referendum, they are minor and can be declared so by this council. Regardless of any minor issues, this council can, on its own, put the issue on the ballot. You believe there is a silent majority supporting paid parking. Let them vote. Your constituents have spoken. Do the right thing. Put paid parking on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey.
Welcome.
How's it going? Well, I have a couple of things. First of all, I have the N47. Huh?
Your name?
Sorry, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Thank you. I have 4 more spaces to end Prop 47. I'm working with Kevin Kiley to get that. If anybody would like to sign that, that would be great. I came because Department of Labor, as of January 1st, outlawed independent contracting. And Kevin Kiley put in a CRA that, like he did with the franchising employee definition. We didn't get through as smoothly. Utah decided that they were going to solve the gig worker issue by portable benefits. And that's something that won't work in California. So we're kind of at a standstill of whether or not the Department of Labor rule will stand, which means that if you're an independent contractor, 1099 worker, gig worker, or you're a florist or whatever, you currently cannot do that job as a 1099 contractor. So if you have any questions about it, just ask me. I fight it every day. And I'm really bummed because I thought we would get away with it as fast as the franchisor employer rule. The second reason why I'm here is because, as you know, I'm a legislative contact for gsmall.org, and we have been working on a statewide rent stabilization cap, which seems to keep getting back into the courts. I think we're one of the few cities in this county that doesn't have an RSO or an SRO. And when I was talking with our lobbyists last Saturday, I was just asking, like, can we build mobile home parks? So I want to start recommending that because we only have 3 in our jurisdiction and ordinances. Don't get me on ordinances. Our ordinances are not that great. But I have been reading the mobile home ordinances for about a year now. And we are not in, our 3 parks are not in compliance with the way the ordinances are written. So that's how I was able to get HCD to come in and do the review on, and that actually happens April 22nd. So HCD is coming in to review 3126 Spring Street. It's looking good. And I'm actually, everybody's very proud to be there. And part of the reason why I'm bringing this up is because most of the tenants there cannot withstand another rent increase. Because in mobile home parks, we have a demographics of fixed incomers, and even 55 and over parks, which is also the demographics of our constituents. So I just wanted to bring those 2 thoughts to you. And I hope that somewhere along the line that we can have, especially if mobile home parks count in RENA numbers, I'm hoping that we can do something like that, because we have beautiful land and we have beautiful opportunities to make it happen, even with our parks not really being in compliance. But if anybody wants to sign this, just let me know.
Thank you, Linda. How you doing?
Hi, good. Coy Barnes, 1607 Via Rosa in Paso here. And I have a couple things. One, the paid parking program is, as you're ultimately aware, a major topic of conversation amongst the community. And it should be a major topic amongst the council here. And it's, in the past, the council has basically voted against the community. And I want to remind you that the council, some of you are up for a vote here in this next coming election. And I want to find out if John Hammond, who is the elected first district council member, is going to be up for election as well, because the first district is my understanding. So if somebody could get back to me and let me know, because all he did was take over somebody else's seat. In any case, I need to know that. Second thing is, recently, actually as of Friday, the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. overturned impact fees. And I want to know, are you considering terminating any impact fees after the U.S. Supreme Court decision, calling them an unconstitutional tax? How much in impact fees have you charged over the last 10 years? If you are not going to terminate impact fees, how do you plan to justify them as fees rather than taxes? And have you set up a process to handle refunds to residents that were inappropriately assessed impact fees in the past? That goes right along with the parking program and the illegal fees that you charged to every person who paid them. So now you've got impact fees and parking fees. The city's budget darn well better figure it out, because you're going to be broke. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, here we go. Next.
Good evening, City Council and community of Paso Robles. My name is Austin Solheim. I'm the Director of Operations and Development for El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. I just wanted to take a moment to let the community and council know that we are holding our second annual Empty Bowls fundraiser in Paso Robles at Studios on the Park, right in downtown, on this next coming Thursday on the 25th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. This is a wonderful time to come together with community. We have beautiful handmade bowls that are made by local artists, delicious soups from all the local restaurants, and just wonderful, wonderful sense of community, live music. It's a great time. There's more information on our website at echoshelter.org, and the funds raised help support the services that have helped 73 individuals and families get back into stable housing in our community just alone in 2024. So I thank you for your support. I hope that you can make it, and we hope that you can join us again April 25th at Studios on the Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Would anybody else like to speak at this time? Okay, I'll answer the gentleman's question. Mayor Hammond is going to be in office until 2026, December 7th. I think that's when the date is. And he didn't just accept the job. He's embraced the job, spends a great deal of his life giving to our town. And I have the greatest respect for him, what he did to take over for such a tragedy when Steve Martin died. So that's the only comment I would make.
Well, I think the question went a little farther, and that is, he is no longer the representative in District 1.
Right.
Sharon Roden is the representative of District 1. She was appointed and sworn into office as required by law. We are corporate law.
Thank you. Okay. Dale?
Good evening, Dale Guston. I wasn't going to talk on that, but I'm still confused. When Mayor Martin deceased and John Hammond was appointed, I thought that was appropriate. And then, of course, Ms. Roden was appointed to fill his vacancy on the council. Now they're requiring her to run in the next election and yet they're not requiring Mr. Hammond to run, and I find that kind of confusing.
Can I explain?
All right, thank you. So, Elizabeth, could you explain that, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. A few years ago, I think it was around 2016. I don't remember off the top of my head. I can get that for you if you want to know specifically. There was a change in law, and when you have a elected mayor's position, that and someone is appointed to it because of a vacancy, that person serves until the end of that term, not as you would under a council seat, where it depends on how much time is left in the term. And so Ms. Roden's seat is up based upon one section of the government code. The mayor's seat, however, stays in office until the end of the mayor's term, pursuant to a different provision. And I can provide you with those provisions if you'd like. We discussed it at the time of the appointment.
No phone calls, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, that'll end general public comments, and we'll move on to our regular agenda. Agenda items to be deferred, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
An overview of the consent agenda, please.
You bet. Thank you. So item number 1 is approval of the April 2nd, 2024 City Council meeting minutes. Item number 2 is receipt of advisory body minutes for the Planning Commission for 123, 213, and 227-24. Item number 3 is receipt of the warrant register, which, as our new tradition is, I'm going to cover a couple items. So total disbursements is $2,162,744, and there are 3 notable payments out of this particular warrant register. The first is for Stantec for the South Vine Bridge, as approved on 2/20/24 for capital project in the amount of $321,589.50. The second is to PG&E for new streetlights for the parking lot that's being repaved at 12th and Railroad, along with frontage improvements in the amount of $248,243.66. And the last item is to Cal Portland Construction for Rolling Hills neighborhood road repairs in the amount of $354,484.19. Item number 4 is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance number 1138, amending Paso Robles Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 2.4, which relates to bonds and salaries of officers. In this particular case, relates to the City Council's salary increase, stipend increase rather. Item number 5 is appointment of Victor Pop to represent the City of Paso Robles lodging industry on the Board of Visit SlowCal. Item number 6 is rejection of all bids related to our recycled water project. Item number 7 is approval of new city park event, the Horseless Carriage Club of America Show and Shine. Item number 8 is approval of a new city park event, summer reading program and lunch party. Item number 9 is pre-approval of FAA grant offer and award of professional services agreement for airport master plan update. Item number 10 is approval of award of construction contract for annual pavement striping and markers refreshment. Item number 11 is approval of a construction contract for Centennial Park parking lot maintenance and rehab. Item number 12 is approval of a resolution awarding a construction contract to JL Plank Inc., DBA Sencal Construction for 17th Street Road maintenance. Item number 13 is second reading by title only and adoption of ordinance 1137 of the City Council acting as a legislative body related to authorizing a levy of special taxes. And item number 14, acceptance of a final map of tract 3105-2 for recordation, which is the vintage of River Oaks 2. And last but not least is authorization to execute Beechwood Specific Plan Development Agreement, operating memo number 1, landscape area maintenance.
Thank you, Ty. At this time, is there anybody on the council that has any questions or would like to pull any items on the consent agenda?
I would like to pull P4 and P6.
So the second reading of number 4?
Correct.
And the rejection of all bids, number 6?
Yes.
You want to put that to the end of the meeting?
P6, yeah, we can just do a separate vote on 4.
Okay. All right. Any other comments from the council? John, do you have any comments on the consent agenda?
Pro Tem Gregory, yes, I have 2 questions on 9 and 10.
Do you want to just ask the questions or do you want to pull the item?
No, I think questions, if that's okay. Maybe let's start off real quick if you don't have any others. On 9, for Stan Dallas, is the time frame that we're going to be doing the master plan. Is there a time certain, or because this is critical to the spaceport efforts, and I'm wondering what we had put in there for timing that the consultant was going to take.
He's making his way to the mic. Dale, would you mind letting Mark speak? Thank you.
Mark Scandalis, Airport Manager. Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. Provided we get approval from City Council, we can give a notice to proceed as soon as possible.
But what is their time frame? Do we have anything down there, or what do they estimate for completion of the master plan?
Completion. It's 15 to 18 months for the completion of the master plan.
Okay. All right. That's, I wish it was faster, but that's critical to our efforts here. So, all right, that's fine. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
On item 10, I'm not sure if Kevin or Frida will be answering this one on item 10. The item there with regard to the $15,000 for engineering seems very, very high for the amount of the cost of the project to reseal. And I'm just curious, that's almost 18% in engineering fees. Need to explain that and why we have to have that. And is it our staff, or is that going to be outside resources doing the engineering?
So you're speaking about item number 11, John?
No, number 10. This is the pavement striping refreshment.
The $15,000 contingency is for the Centennial Park parking lot.
It is. I'm sorry. I did get that wrong. It is 11 is the one that I'm thinking of.
No problem.
Yeah, item 11, let's see, did you say it was 50,000?
15.
No, there's a contingency there, Diaz, of 15,000.
Yeah, it's only 15,000, not 50.
Right.
1500.
And that's again about 18%. No, it's not what it says. 15,000 in our agenda.
It's 15,000. I think you guys are just.
Oh, you know what? On the agenda, it's let's see. On this, yeah, it's on the agenda. Says 15,000 for inspection, testing, and compaction of the parking.
Right, but on a seal coat, Judas, we're not bringing up the asphalt, and we're not redoing the, or are we?
Yeah.
In the scope? I don't.
Yeah, we're doing several dig-out repairs of the parking lot. Before we can seal it, there are several areas that have base failures. So we have to dig out those locations, compact them, test them, make sure that they're adequate, and then we'll finally put a slurry seal over the whole parking lot. So there is compaction testing that will be required because there are failed areas in the parking lot. They have base failure.
All right, well, that from the $82,000 for the whole project, 15,000 of it seems a higher percentage than normal for engineering services. That was my whole point.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, Mr. Mayor, the $82,000 contract is quite a lot less than the engineer's estimate. We had estimated $125,000, and you can see that the next higher bid is $106,000, which is about $20,000 more than the low bid. And we really actually did a thorough reference check on this construction company because we were quite worried that he might miss something. But apparently he is starting his job. He broke off from a very big company, and he's doing all the work himself. And he's not hiring any contractors. And so he's doing self-performing, and that's usually where the fees increase because they have to pay their subs and then they mark it up. So we were quite concerned about his proposal, but we did a thorough check. He seems to be reputable, and so we're confident that we can hire him and do a good job. And we have Kevin, myself, and Sean Ryan, who will keep a lookout on him and make sure that he does it for specifications. So that is the anomaly on that project, and that's why you're seeing 15,000. So originally our estimate was 125,000. So 15,000 inspection is within the realm of that. But luckily we got a low bid, I guess, and that makes it looks like it's a lot more than necessary. I hope that explains it.
Well, again, just the percentage differences there and what they're going to be testing, it seems like it's very overpriced. In other words, for what little bit we're doing here for the hot spots. So that's why I asked. And then again, the 5% contingency, again, this is a not to exceed, it should be anyway, not to exceed 82,882. So I'm not sure, again, what the 5% is in there for either. I'm just trying to keep and we have so much, so much to do here. I'm looking for every dollar to put it somewhere else in the city if we can. I'm happy with the low bid, but I just kind of questioning these other things, frosting on the cake, if you will. Make sure that we can use those dollars effectively somewhere else. So that's all I have. Thank you, Ditas.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Ditas. Okay. Any other questions from the council? This time we'll open up to the public. Mr. Gustin.
Dale Gustin. I just want to comment on number 7, the horseless carriage event that's going to take place on May 7th. And they came to Main Street wanting to do this. You got to come and see this. They're going to have really old vehicles there. And of course, the Model T Club is going to be there. And it's going to be a great event on May 7th to see all these horseless carriages in our downtown park.
Thank you, Dale. Anybody else from the public like to make a comment on the consent agenda items?
Is it all the items on?
Yes, only on the consent.
Okay, I just had a quick question.
Can you say your name, please, Linda?
Keep doing it? I just feel like I live
We
here.
can see you, but...
Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. On the resolution for approval of construction contract to JL Plank, I was starting to look at that today, and that entire project goes from my area through downtown, and it is completely, it has parking program intertwined in this part of the area, if what I see. So if you look at the attachments, point 3 is all about the parking that is going to be with that project. And I don't know how the situation with the referendum is going. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, which is why I came tonight, because I really want to see if we're going to start working on my side of town. I would love to see some mobile home parks, I'm going to say it. But I just wanted to let you know that I was looking at that, and that the whole 3 section is about the paid parking and how it wraps, how the project wraps around it. And I hope that that gets reviewed again before this. I don't know if you have to review it before it's approved or if that project's set in stone already as is. That's all.
We'll clarify that for you. Thank you. Come on up, Francisco.
Francisco Ramirez. How you doing, City Council and Mr. Mayor? So I had a quick question of the earlier gentleman who was asking about the City Council's time of service and the mayor. My question, because I've been out of the loop for a couple of months, was what about the position that was taken over for City Councilwoman Maria Garcia? Chris, on that position, doesn't he also supposed to serve until then? And then was there another vote then? Got it. Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that part also, because he didn't bring, not you, but he didn't bring that up. And I was like,
Mr. Mayor,
no,
this is an action
because I wanted that to be known.
All right.
That, you know,
So Francisco, it's not on the agenda, but go ahead. Are you all done? Thank you.
Give a quick answer though.
That election's already been held.
It's okay. Anybody else from the public like to make a comment on the consent agenda?
Mr. Gregory, if we're sort of reopening public comment to allow Francisco's comments to be made, if you'd like me to respond, I can sort of clarify.
Oh, sure. Why don't you go ahead and respond to it,
Sure.
Francisco?
So if you all want to go back and look at the September 7th, 2023 agenda, which was where we met to discuss filling the vacancy for the office of mayor and options to discuss filling the seat that may be vacated or was eventually vacated by Mr. Hammond and Ms. Roden took, the section related to filling the mayoral vacancy by appointment is Government Code Section 34902A, which says a mayoral vacancy appointment is effective for the remainder of the incumbent's term, regardless of when the vacancy occurs, which is why Mr. Hammond's not up for re-election or up for election at this point. And there is a separate section that addresses filling the vacancy for a council member, similar to when Councilmember Garcia stepped down. Mr. Bausch was then up at the next election. John Hammond stepped down from his council seat to become Mayor Hammond, and then Ms. Roden is up at the next election. Does that answer it? There you go.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And Ditas, could you address the question from Linda George about the plank situation?
Okay, I'm not quite sure of the question, so what I'm going to do rather is to explain the project.
That'd be
So
great.
maybe that will help.
That'll clarify.
Okay, so the 17th Street Road Repair Project is from Chestnut to Spring. The purpose of the project, if you recall, was that when the school district was under remodeling, there were many people that were complaining about the surface condition of that roadway as it relates to pedestrians. So the city council adopted a budget to repair that road. Unfortunately, however, before we could do the repairs, we also needed to repair the underground waters and sewer lines because they were old. We wouldn't want to repair the road and then 2 years later have to excavate it again because of the damaged waters underneath. So we embarked on that first phase, which we completed last summer. So now all the pipes underground are all good, ready to go. And now we're moving to the final phase, which was the real reason for the project, is to repair the road surface from Chestnut to Spring. And at the same time, we receive a CDBG grant, Community Development Block Grant, to improve curb ramps to meet current ADA standards, American Disability Association, and also to enhance and fill in where there's the missing sidewalks or repair sidewalks that have deteriorated. So that is the project that we're asking for your authorization to award the contract. So hopefully that answers some questions.
Thank you, Ditas. Okay, I'll bring it back to the council. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Yes,
and just
I'll
remind
make a motion if I may.
remind everybody of items 4 and 6.
I know.
Okay.
Make a motion that we approve items 1 through 15, accepting items 4 and 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Could we call for the vote, please, Melissa?
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so we're going to move 4 and 6 to the end of the meeting. Can you do promise? I'll do 4 right now. Let's do 4. Okay, and who is the presenter on that? Ryan Cornell. Oh, you don't need anything? Oh, I'm sorry. We're moving that you sit back down. Okay. Mayor Bausch, you want to make a motion to approve it? Okay, oh, sorry. What would you like to do?
I want somebody else to make a motion so I can vote.
Oh, okay. Is there anybody else who'd like to make a motion?
I will move approval of item number 4.
Ms. Roden?
Can I get a little bit more explanation about this?
This is second reading.
Sure. So this is the second reading of an ordinance that you considered at our last meeting, which was to adjust the council pay and the mayoral pay consistent with your ordinance.
Thank you.
And state law.
I don't have any strong feeling on this either way. I think it's time we're looking at budgets right now, and I don't, we're not talking a lot, but anything we can use elsewhere would probably benefit the city a little bit more.
Mayor Hammond?
Yeah, I'll second it for you, Pro Tem Gregory. Thank you.
You call for the vote, please, Melissa.
Did you make a motion, Mr. Gregory?
No.
Oh, Mr. Strong did. Yeah.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Gregory?
Aye, thank you.
Motion passes.
Okay, and then item 6, we're okay to push to the end?
Correct.
Okay. So this time we'll get back on track with our agenda. Item 6 will be held at the end of the meeting. And our first item discussion for number 1 is with none other than Jonathan Starnetta. Welcome, sir. Enjoy. Here you are, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Gregory, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. Here before you tonight, just to give you a quick overview of the emergency operations plan that is on your agenda for recommended approval. If we go to the next slide, please. So outlining just the purpose of the emergency operations plan. So there's two different categories in the plan. One is identifying the response side of it, and the other is the preparedness. And really one thing to remember on the response side is that you see up there incident management operations. But the EOC, I'm going to say short for Emergency Operations Center, is really the strategic looking body when we have an incident. So you have two different mechanisms to incident response. One would be your field units, whether that be fire, police, public works, dealing with an emergency. And that incident command is tactical, where the EOC is strategic and they're supportive of those tactical operations. And inside those strategic operations, they talk about public information, the continuity of government, so continuity of operation plans, and really all the statutes and federal regulations that are available to the EOC during a catastrophic event. The other part of the emergency operation plan is dealing with preparedness. So those mutual aid agreements we have with other EOCs, public works, fire, and police. Hazard vulnerability analysis, which would be like our local hazard mitigation plan, our fire assessments throughout the community, and then ongoing training, planning, protection, mitigation efforts, so like the hazard mitigations that occur in the riverbed, the 100-year flood preparations, incidents of those sort, and then recovery. And recovery can take anywhere from weeks to days, or days to weeks to years. And I threw the picture up there of the hot springs in front of our City Hall parking lot, which took months and actually went over a year or two to fix. And so next slide, please. Outlined in the emergency operation plan is really the request of how we get more resource allocations into the city, as well as what are the local government management levels, where do we all fit in if we do have a catastrophic event. And as you can see on the left there, there's different pathways for requesting resources. Really, fire and law enforcement have their own pathway for requesting those resources, but there's a number of different branches at Cal OES, and you have to follow that process in order to receive additional resources into our community if the incident's exceeding our capabilities. And then as we move to the right under local government, the management levels, it talks about what's the policy level, what are some of the things that we look to you for during emergencies. One would be ratification of the declarations, or maybe new policies with curfews, things like that. And then it goes down to different policy implementation from the emergency services director, which would be our city manager, and then down to the tactical operations. Next slide, please. This is our EOC organizational structure. These are all the positions that we have if an EOC is activated, and it's just not one person. There's usually multiple people assigned to each branch or unit. And so we conduct ongoing training annually, as well as a tabletop exercise every other year. And the picture of the right is our EOC in 2003 with Governor Schwarzenegger, Lieutenant Governor Maldonado, and state OES. The EOC was packed for those of you that were there. I know City Manager Lewis was present. Next slide, please. This is an example of our most recent local declaration of emergency, and really the emergency operation plan outlines what are the steps to do this, what do we need to ratify it, and then also what are we looking for from the state once we declare a local emergency. And again, Governor Schwarzenegger signing the state declaration right there on 13th Street and Park Street in the park under a tent. Next slide, please. So one thing that's extremely important after the response efforts have concluded is really how do we get reimbursement? And as you see up here, in order for us to get reimbursement, number one, we have to declare a local emergency, but we don't receive any emergency funding just based on a local emergency. We actually have to have the state declare an emergency too. So that's done through a request to the state, and they can either approve that or deny it. If the state does declare a local emergency or declare a state emergency, then the cost is split 75-25. What's really important is that if we can meet that federal threshold, and they split the 75, they give 75% of that remaining 25%, which really puts us on the hook for about 6.2%. And that's what we received during the earthquake. It does take a lot of documentation, and this is why we have such a big EOC organizational chart. As you can see up here, it takes emergency action plans, documentations, post-incident analysis summaries, and our local hazard mitigation plan. Next slide, please. In addition to the emergency operations plan, which is not part of your plan here, is 10 separate functional annexes is what we call them. And these annexes are hazard specific, and really they outline the roles and responsibilities of staff and all of city government of if a specific emergency occurs. So for example, an earthquake, it would outline what your responsibilities are for that specific incident. And we are currently updating all of those at this time as well. Next slide, please. So before I get to questions, there's a couple of people I want to thank. We received some quotes to do this for us. It was anywhere between $34,000 and $50,000. And we ended up keeping this in-house. And I want to thank Fire Captain Charles Brown, who played a large role in rewriting this plan, as well as retired Fire Chief Keith Agson. Without them, we couldn't have done this on our own and saved that money for other uses. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions from the council? Good job. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Chief, thanks. I read the report, and it made a lot more sense after having gone through the FEMA training. A lot of the pieces fell into place, so thanks for that. I did have a couple of pushbacks. Somewhere along the way, it says that there's no fiscal impact. And I think looking at slide number 6, that explains a lot of the reimbursement covers a lot of any expense that might happen in the future in the event of an earthquake or disaster. So the rest of it, would you care to expound a little bit on why some of this just comes out of your normal budget that's already been set aside for your operations, or how does that work?
So let me just clarify real quick on the fiscal impacts. It didn't cost us anything to create the plan. So
it was the plan that had no fiscal impact?
Just the plan has no fiscal impact.
And thank you for that. I was remiss in not saying thank you for keeping that in-house.
Yes.
Well done.
And then just to clarify your second question, you're talking about the impacts if we actually do have an emergency?
Yes.
So let's take, for example, our river fire. So the state did not declare an emergency. It did not meet the threshold for them to declare it, nor did it exceed what they call the core capabilities of our community. So we were on the hook for all those costs. Fortunately, we have a very good relationship with CAL FIRE and all the agencies surrounding us. So we agreed that unless they were here greater than 12 hours, they were not getting paid. And also, when we talk about how many times we respond mutual aid in the CAL FIRE's area, it's quite a bit. But the benefit is, for example, when they had air tankers, and so 3 tankers, 2 helicopters, hand crews, dozers, they did not charge us for that. So it's a partnership that we have, and we have really good mutual aid agreements with our cooperators throughout the area.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
John, do you have any questions of Chief Starnetta?
Yeah, thank you, Pro Tem Gregory. Yeah, Chief Starnetta, can you give a scenario on an incident where the public would be notified through your emergency alert system or the reverse 911? What can they expect to hear or see, or how would it come through?
So probably the most recent example would be the active shooter would be one where we, I believe we sheltered in place during the active shooter. Remember reverse, or as far as the wireless emergency alerts, so those go to your cell phones, they're 90 characters. So we need to get a brief message in there that's very specific to the population. The reverse 911 will call your home number unless you register your cell phone. So we want to encourage everyone to go to the sheriff's website, San Luis Potosí County Sheriff's website, to register your cell phone numbers. And really there's a number of different things. There's shelter where we could put in there what residents are evacuating, those blocks. And actually we just have a new program out called Zone Haven. So we want everyone to know their zones. So whenever we conduct an evacuation, we'll say we're evacuating grid G9. And then we would tell you the route to escape those areas, as well as there's any evacuation centers. So that's just some of the information we would have in the reverse 911 and the WIAs.
Thank you. And again, it's super important, again, that everyone in town needs to be ready for any kind of response to an emergency on their own. I mean, you can't expect, 1,000 people to get response from our stations. So they definitely need to have a family plan, for preparedness, food, water, medicine, supply, those kind of things. I think every individual household needs to have our own safety plan as well, this is the perfect time to bring this up and be looking at it and try to do something regarding personal emergencies. So thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
So John, I just had one quick question for you. When we had the department go out and go to neighborhoods and have those little meetings with the neighborhoods on the west side, and was that part of this process, or is that?
No, that's a totally separate process. It's a FireWise community.
Okay.
We're trying to make the community safer to wildfire and actually trying to help improve insurance premiums.
All right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Is there anybody from the public that'd like to address this item? Anybody online?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. So we'll bring it back to the council, and we're looking for a recommendation. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve 24XXX, approving the 2024 Emergency Operations Plan, formerly known as the Emergency Response Plan.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Hammond, seconded by Fred. So all, would you please take the vote?
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Roush?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory?
Aye. Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So item number 2, Warren Frace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start out with a report really quick, an overview from the city attorney.
Thank you. So as you all are aware, 3 of you currently own short-term rentals or property within an area adjacent to what will be considered as part of the study and rezone area. This item came before you, or related item came before you in October 2023. At that time, we went through the process to rehabilitate one of you so that we would have a quorum that would be able to act on the item. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. Councilmember Gregory got the short stick and he gets to continue to participate. But Councilmember Roden and Mayor Hammond will not be participating, so they'll need to leave the room for this part.
So John, you're going to have to turn off your phone for a little while.
Yeah, if Melissa can go ahead and give me a call, and I'll re-up again. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, John. All right, Warren.
Yes, thank you. So this item is a follow-up on an issue that was raised by the council in October. Basically, this is a request to initiate a rezoning and general plan amendment to an area downtown that we're referring to as the Olive Street rezoning. So in October of 23, there was a presentation to the council regarding a recommendation from the Housing Constraints Committee to consider rezoning an area highlighted in green on the screen. That's the Olive Street area. The idea there is to include that in the Uptown Town Center specific plan, which would allow for more flexible land uses and design standards within that zone. So the council directed us to move forward with that process and directed us to come back with a contract for a consultant, which we have tonight for your consideration and direction to move forward. So city staff has conducted a request for proposals process. We received proposals from 4 separate consultants. All 4 were interviewed by city staff. City staff did select JFR Consulting, John F. Rickenbach, as the best candidate for this project tonight. Mr. Rickenbach's got a lot of experience working in San Luis Obispo County. He even worked on the city of Paso Robles general plan back in 2003, so he's very familiar with the city and a number of the issues in the community. He was also had the lowest cost proposal at $86,000. Another item for the city council to consider is the possibility of also appointing an ad hoc committee to basically help oversee the process. We know that there's a number of political issues, a number of community concerns regarding this rezoning, and there probably is a benefit for a temporary ad hoc committee serving kind of as a liaison between the public and the overall city council to guide this process forward. This is an optional item if the council chooses to appoint an ad hoc. So we've laid out your options. The staff recommendation tonight is to approve the resolution authorizing Mr. Rickenbach's contract, and then potentially also adopt the second resolution B, appointing 2 members to serve as an ad hoc. You can always send this back to staff for additional analysis. That'll conclude staff's report. Mr. Rickenbach is in the audience tonight if you have any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory, if I could just speak briefly to the ad hoc committee. So an ad hoc committee takes no action. It is a less than a quorum of the legislative body. There's only 3 of you here. And so 2 out of 3 of you would be participating in that ad hoc committee. Because the way the statute is written, a legislative body is all 5 of you. So that is still allowed, even though 2 out of 3 of you would be involved in the ad hoc. The ad hoc will be limited to discussing just the potential rezone and things that require a vote of the council, not policy issues, resolutions, things like that, ordinance changes, because that would require 3 of you to vote. If the ad hoc were to delve into areas beyond the rezone and items that take all 3 of you to vote on it, then we would have an issue with the Brown Act. So we're going to have to limit a little bit the ad hoc if you go down that path.
Okay. Fred?
I was going to ask if, since this rezoning would broaden the uses and could therefore affect vacation rentals, as an example, should no member that owns vacation rental be on that ad hoc committee possibly?
Councilmember Gregory has been rehabilitated through the fair political practices and the provisions that they provide us, so he is able to participate fully. It's up to the 3 of you who's going to serve on that committee.
All right.
Chris?
Well, kind of along the same vein, I think there's a lot of expectations to come out of this committee, and depending on where you stand on short-term rentals, on where you stand on property values, things like that. So I guess my question to Mr. Rickenbach, how do you maintain impartiality? Your charge is taking a lot of input, not having any preconceived notions. I like the fact that you've had experience in Paso Robles. You kind of set us on a good course back in 2003. Hopefully we've turned out the way you envisioned. But now how do you maintain, just kind of forget all that as we go forward?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, Council, staff. First of all, I'm John Rickenbach, just saying hello. And yes, it's been about 20 years since I did work on the general plan. I do remember it all very well. And it was not a simple process, but it was a process. What I've found in my experience, which most recently has been in places like City of San Luis Obispo, City of Morro Bay, is on large projects that can be contentious, where you do have neighborhoods. One of the first things you have to do is be honest in the beginning. And when you do meet with the neighbors in the neighborhood and the ad hoc committee and those who might be involved, you lay out the expectations that this is a process that we're not all going to agree with. We are going to listen to each other. At the end result may not be what everybody feels is the best, but everybody's going to understand how we got there. And I think you have to lay it out that way because we are all different, have different expectations, and all the goals can't be met. One of the key things at the beginning of this will be to meet with staff, work with them, and perhaps the ad hoc committee to come up with a work plan that gets us to where we want to be. The end side is, what are we trying to accomplish? Are there problems we're really trying to solve? And there are multiple paths to get to that in any complicated project. So I don't have a solid answer because every project is different. And I think one of the things I need to do is listen, read, learn, relearn Paso Robles. I live in Atascadero, and so I'm here a lot, but haven't worked here in many years, but I do remember the time. It's not a lot different. I do recognize some faces from even then. And that map on the wall right there too. That hasn't changed either. So anyway, I hope that answers your question for right now.
It does, and it doesn't. You had me up until meeting with staff and figuring out what we want to do. I'm kind of concerned with that. I don't want to see some pre-engineered answers. I mean, I trust our staff, but we've had some challenges recently on what do the people, our citizens, want to hear versus what does our staff want. And we're going to be scrutinized thoroughly on this. And I trust you're up for that challenge.
Yeah, and let me clarify that. When I say meet with staff, I'm talking about a game plan of the mechanics of getting us to the end goal that the community wants. And I do think, part of the prescriptive, the tasks in front of us are neighborhood meetings, which are both to get input and then listen to it, create the report that says what I think we heard, which lays out the plan to get us to the end, and then report back to them. Did we get it right? Tell us what else we need to do. And I think that's part of the answer there as well.
So I think the elephant in the room really is short-term rentals. We had a couple of conversations with citizens. One sent a letter in, and very telling. It was part of the agenda packet. I don't know if you got a chance to read that, but well-written letter. And Warren, I'd appreciate if you chime in on this as well. Where are we going to? How do short-term rentals fit in with this?
So I think, there are no preconceived notions exactly how this rolls out. This is, as Mr. Rickenbach said, part of the process is to identify what are the key issues to address through this process. So I think we'll begin by listening to all the stakeholders, which mainly involve the neighborhood, to assess what the issues are, and then we will start to work through what those issues are, what the options are for dealing with those, and then coming back to the commission and council for feedback in terms of exactly how we want to deal with it. I do imagine that short-term rentals will be one of those issues.
Do you think having planning commission and council on the ad hoc committee is advisable?
Well, the planning commission will have to make recommendations on this item, so I do believe it would be useful to have some representation from the commission as well.
And given that, do we need to make an adjustment, or should we just keep this? What do you think?
They can have their own ad hoc.
I think we need to finish the discussion, go to the public, and then come back and make those choices.
We don't want to ask questions. That was a question. If we were to add planning commission, could we do that here tonight, or would we couldn't appoint the members, obviously, but we could leave a space open or make that recommendation?
So generally, it's an ad hoc committee of the council, not an ad hoc committee of the
That's what I
council and
thought.
other people. So it would just be whatever two of you chose to put on the ad hoc if you go down that path.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then you
That
could
makes
invite
sense.
or planning commissioners to come in as stakeholders and provide input. But normally it would just be an ad hoc with two members of the council.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Warren, I just have a historical question for you. Could you put the map back on the board for us?
Crashed.
Too much info.
There you go.
So my historical question was, when we did the downtown plan, I was on the planning commission at the time. I remember this being included in the uptown downtown zone area, but it was never finished. Is that true or not?
I don't know. We'll have to research that. I don't know if this was one of the original study area boundaries or not.
Okay. And my other question are the neighboring similar zones have vacation rentals in it?
This area that's shown on the map, which is kind of the downtown historic core, is where the vast majority of short-term rentals currently are located, both in the uptown zone as well as in the study area.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So I didn't have any questions. Anybody else have any questions for our consultant? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if it's for the consultant or not, but isn't it true that when we do a specific plan amendment like this, frequently we also follow it with a zoning ordinance amendment or amendments to some of our other ordinances that might be affected by the general plan change?
Yeah, so this will be a comprehensive change to the general plan, the zoning code and ordinance, as well as the Uptown Town Center specific plan. So there'll be 3 separate legislative acts that will require decisions.
Okay, just so we understand. Good, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, would anybody from the public like to speak?
So I think Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I think my question is kind of simple. This plan was written a long time ago, this project. And if you guys approve the consultant tonight, does it go back to the drawing board, or is this plan just going to go ahead as is with all the paid parking and stuff?
So I'll let the consultant answer that question.
I can jump in here. This has nothing to do with the paid parking downtown.
There's nothing to do
zone.
with paid parking.
It's not even in the same boundaries.
Right.
I'm not talking about the paid parking downtown, but if you look at specifically in the project, it talks about all the parking policies. I don't know if the ordinances are consistent since they've just been changed. It talks about paid parking, parking cost and financing, development paid parking. So either I'm missing the boat, but this looks like an expansion of what's already there as this project goes on.
No, I think as Mr. Frace pointed out, that this is a study at this point.
Got
Any kind of suggestions would be brought back to council for ratification and or adoption.
I got
Anybody else from the public? Okay, and anybody online? Okay. So I'll bring it back to the council. And do we have a recommendation?
Well, yes, I think I favor both. I know sir.
That's what I.
That's what I. Yeah. Okay.
Right. And so, unless somebody has something more to say, motion to approve resolution 24XXA
approving JFR Consultants scope of work in the amount of $86,940, and authorizing staff to enter a contract with JFR to complete this project in accordance with.
Second.
So the first by Strong, second by Bausch. Call for roll call, please.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory?
Aye.
Motion passes.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to move that we approve Resolution 24XXXB, establishing an ad hoc committee consisting of 2 council members to provide guidance and updates for the process.
Second.
Just slow down. So who would the 2 council members be? And then I also just want to make a clarification. It's not clear on the resolution, but the intent would be, as with any ad hoc committee, that this is of a limited duration. And when the item comes back to the council, this ad hoc committee would no longer exist.
True. So I think I've already got volunteers.
We all want to be on it, so I don't know how we're going to do that. Straws?
So the maker of the motion can nominate 2 people and then vote up or down, or if you guys want to.
I'd like to nominate Bausch and myself. Yeah, Bausch and myself, because neither one of us have any interest in these properties.
That's your motion.
Second.
So we've got a motion for the resolution nominating Strong and Bausch. So that's amended to the original motion. So you're seconding the amended motion.
I am seconding the amended motion.
Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory?
No.
The motion passes.
We're all set. Thank you, Ms. Rickenbacker.
Councilmember Gregory, you want to take a brief recess so we can get Mayor Hammond back?
Oh, sure.
I know Melissa may need to call him.
Okay, this time we'll take a 10-minute break while we try to get Mr. Hammond, and you want me to, I'll go find
We'll go find Sharon.
Sharon. And we're on item number 3, and that is Ryan Cornell.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Gregory and City Council. Mayor Hammond, I hope Florida is sunny and nice over there at 11 p.m. this evening. So hopefully this presentation won't go for too late for you. But here is our preliminary budget for the upcoming 2-year budget. This is a slide that's been kind of shown, kind of shows you where we're at right now on the April 16th City Council meeting. And we're going to really focus our attention on the general fund and the supplemental sales tax funds. This is a little bit different. The May and the May meetings in the most recent newsletter, I think we had these meetings backwards. So at the next meeting in May, we'll talk about enterprise funds. It's our first chance to really get into the airport, the water and sewer funds, as well as some of the internal service funds, which are the risk management, IT, and fleet, as well as more capital improvements. Tonight, I will be talking a little high level on capital improvements, those ones that generally are 100% funded with general fund dollars. If they kind of have a portion or they're kind of funded with diffs, that's going to be at the next City Council meeting. So right now we're at April 16th. It's going to be quite amazing because I'm going to show you a slide that shows that we are completely out of balance as far as revenues and expenditures go. But within the next month, we will get that budget within balance. And so we're really kind of showing the overall needs of the organizations versus the resources that we do have available. Again, I'm not going to go dive into too much detail on the revenues. We talked in very length of the revenues during our budget workshop earlier in March. Not much has changed significantly from that presentation. So based on that discussions and based on kind of what I've been mentioning over the last couple quarterly financial reports, that our revenues are flattening out. They're not necessarily declining, but we are definitely seeing a leveling off, and we're kind of anticipating that going into this next, at least in the first year of the budget cycle. Coming out of the second year, we are looking a little bit more optimistic. We do have a couple residential and property tax developments that are under construction, and so we did plug those assumptions in the second year of the model. We also have a couple hotel developments, the Hotel Eva right across from the Public Safety Center, as well as the residence in there on South Vine Street. So again, both of those are anticipated to be online in the second year of the budget, not necessarily the first year of the budget. One item you'll see up on the graph there that's a bigger decline is in other taxes. Very specifically, what that has to do is with a change in accounting with tipping fees. So currently, right now, the city or the customer pays our hauler or our operator at the landfill fees for doing disposal. He has his cut of the revenues, and then he sends off our net tipping fee revenues. What staff is actually recommending doing this time around is removing that function away from the general fund and moving those revenues into a dedicated solid waste fund. Last 2 years ago, we established this new solid waste fund in order to help with the implementation of 1383. This is also Adam Spaulding's kind of function within the city organization. So when we're looking at other enterprise funds, especially in utilities, they all have their kind of dedicated funding sources. And so we ended up finding this tipping fee, the net tipping fee revenues as a revenue source to fund the solid waste program moving forward. And then lastly, throughout all these slides, and this is kind of one of the bigger reasons why there's such a significant deficit, is Measure E12 sunsets in March 31st, 2025. I've said that numerous times over the last couple of years. So the models anticipate that revenue going away. It won't be renewed, but we're still trying to maintain our roads at the same level they are today. So a lot of numbers on this slide. This is the very high level overview of this general fund and Measure J20 expenditures. I broke it down into 3 types of categories. The first one is baseline expenditures. And so what we do as city staff is we take a look at our current budgets. If there are known escalations, those are included in the budget. If there are services or expenses that we no longer need, we'll reduce them. And so that's really kind of our start of the budget process. And then we add on these supplemental requests, these additional budget amendments. They are both ongoing in nature and then one-time in nature. So when you combine both the general fund and Measure J20 funds, we have about $80.5 million worth of asks. It's quite significant. I listed the departments up there in descending order for the largest department, being the police department, followed by the capital improvement program, and then fire, and then public works, which is again more street maintenance and the like. So between those three functions, about 2/3, 3/4 of it go to police, fire, and street maintenance. I am going to go down in more detail in each one of these departments here, and that's kind of the premise of the slide. I'm not going to go into too much detail on what each department does. We felt like that the council goal workshop, we try to dive into a little bit of the department overview. So I'm really going to try to keep it very fiscal. But when it's all said and done right now, we're looking at total revenues at $67.9 million and $80.5 million worth of expenditures. So that is our current budget gap. Moving on to the police department. The police department is the largest department within the city, has a little less than 89 full-time equivalent bodies. They have 4 different funding sources. They have the general fund, the Measure J20. They do have a parking fund to manage the parking program. And then the state has an additional grant allocation every year. It's the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund. It's also referred to as COPS funds. And so those funds are able to be used for any sort of capital needs of the department. Breaking it down a little bit more by division and function. So over on the left-hand side, the police department has a handful of divisions and functions. Patrol being the largest one, obviously being out on the streets, and then serving the community is the biggest one at about $9.8 million a year. And as you can see, those are the kind of the different functions, but the vast majority of police department expenditures are related to salary, benefits, and retirement. Yeah, that's well over 75% of that. We do have a little bit of operations expense and a little bit of capital needs. But that's how that $18.7 million allocation is split up for police. As far as budget supplemental requests go, the department has 3 of them. The first one is a J20 allocations for safety equipment. That's guns, tasers, rifles, and the like for $40,000. We have 2 additional ones for recruiting. I have a little red B8 on there, and I'm sure you're wondering what that little indication is. When I was going through the staff report and kept referencing the city council goals document, it was just easier for me just to kind of point to where that was. And so if you go to the goals document that council approved, each section have it be infrastructure and transportation is A. If you just kind of go in order, A, B, C, D, and get very creative, and I went down on the number of goals. And so if you want to look back after this presentation, that's you get a little bit more detail of what those specific allocations are asking. So recruiting, that's the marketing firm to help PD with their recruiting issues. It's been a little bit of a challenge. And then the second piece is a joint effort actually with fire and emergency services to do a community risk and standards of coverage assessment. That has to relates to ADUs and kind of the unanticipated influx of population because of the changes in state laws. Moving on to the capital improvement program. Again, these are only general funded capital improvements. And so when we talk about baseline capital costs, again, all of E12 right now today goes to street maintenance. So that's the very first one for 24-25. We're anticipating about $5 million in E12 funds. And so that'll be directly allocated to the street maintenance program. In addition to that, over the last 4 years or so, the council has been allocating about $500,000 a year towards an ADA transition plan. We have a large list of ADA deficiencies throughout our city. And what this dollars does is try to tackle those lists and kind of reduce our overall risk throughout the city. Yes, Councilmember Strong.
Question, and maybe a question actually for our city attorney. One of our speakers today brought up development impact fees and a Supreme Court decision that was issued either today or just recently. Is there any way, I don't think he's stated it correctly. I don't think they affect anything that we've done in the past. It's a chance of a possible challenge in the future. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there is a recent decision. We've issued a legal alert on it, which I forwarded to all of you. And we can brief you on it in the future, but he is misconstrued.
I brought that up only because it may have to be something we advise our budget people on too, because they may have to take another look at what we're planning on spending in that area, depending on the possible impact of that decision.
Yeah, yes, we're aware of the impact, the potential impacts there. And when we go a little bit more in depth on the capital improvement program in May time, we'll talk more about funding sources and how those, what we assume as staff at this point in time, using those impact fees and what potential risks there are in the future.
Very good. Thank you.
It wasn't very long into the Measure J20 when the cost of road maintenance were escalating. So the 3.5 funding shortfall from J20, that was established in the last budget cycle, so that's being carried forward. The Public Safety Training Center, this is the first half of that allocation to continue down the fire station number 3 expansion. And then again, if we really wanted to keep our street maintenance at the current levels, we really should be putting around about $6.7 million in roads today. So that's kind of an unfunded maintenance of the line item there. So about 12.7 total million in just baseline expenditures. But on top of that, we still have stormwater projects, we still have parks and rec projects, and we still have facility projects. So there's still a lot. I combined both fiscal years on this slide on the stormwater and parks and recs, just kind of a sense of the magnitude of the needs that are out there. The stormwater projects on the left are locations. I did miss a E on slope, which is kind of embarrassing. And then the parks and recs, those are just locations in the staff report. They do break down a little bit more detail of what specific amenities or improvements are expected at those park locations. And then lastly, 2 additional supplemental requests. One is the Salinas River Trail connection. That's kind of the study there to continue to work on that initiative. And then the Mill Parallel Road route, that's the second phase of trying to annex that portion of the property there. Again, those are all called out in the goals document. Bruce mentioned. Moving on to fire and emergency services. Currently, they staff 43 full-time equivalent positions. We are kind of eyeing up increasing the staffing there to bring back the paramedic squad. That's 6 individual persons, so potentially up to 51 FTEs by the end of it. They are funded only by general fund and Measure J20 funds, and the vast majority of their costs go straight to salary and benefits and the like. The overall program for the fire department runs right about $10 to $12 million annually a year, with the biggest allocation going to the fire response. Obviously, when we get calls for services, that's where the majority of the firefighters are housed. As far as supplemental requests go, again, they are people heavy, so we do have a training officer that was called out in the goals document. Enhancing the ambulance services is in the goals document as well as adding the paramedic squad, which would add on 3 firefighters and 3 fire engineers in order to fully staff that paramedic squad 7 days a week. And then lastly, in the second year, an administrative coordinator. Needless to say, once, as we're growing our sworn staff, we do need non-sworn support staff to grow proportionally as well. Public Works, we're up to 35 FTEs. They do have more funding sources, and as you can see, they have not only the general fund, the Measure J20 funds, but we do have the fleet internal service funds out of that division. The landscape and lighting district is a big portion of that department's budget, as well as the airport fund. And that's kind of why this is the first pie chart. Looks a little bit different. About half of the cost of the department go to personnel and salaries. The other half goes to operating costs. This is mainly because of the landscape and lighting district. All those costs that are used to maintain the district are outside consultants or contractors that do that work. Similarly with fleet as well, we do a lot of outside work that goes towards fleet. And obviously, like the fuel, right? This is the full amount for citywide fuel in these numbers as well. The supplemental request for the Public Works Department includes a new position, a management analyst position. This is called out in the first goal section of the document at $180,000 a year. We are looking at contracting with, or looking at purchasing the lighting system from PG&E. So the consultant quote on that one is $300,000 right now. And then some of the beautification deferred maintenance at the city gateways was also called out in the goals document as well. That's not the full amount being requested. $185,000 is about the general funds disproportionate share of the beautification projects. I think the airport fund will have some allocations, so as well as some economic development funds. As far as community development goes, again, we're looking at increasing staffing there from 22.86 up to 25. This department is pretty much 100 solely funded by charges for services out of the general fund. It only has 3 divisions, planning, engineering, and building. They run a budget right around $4 to $5 to $6 million a year. And again, about 2/3 of their operations is with people. Again, their operating expenses are probably a little bit higher because we do lean on consultants and outside plan checks for a lot of the work for the department as well. For their budget requests, we have 3 additional positions: a senior planner, a permit technician, and an engineer and inspector. And then lastly, the goal of improving the pedestrian improvements at 13th and Road. This is just kind of a conceptual design of dollars for now. Moving on to community services, and so a couple of the bodies additional there. And again, their funding source is the general fund. They do charge some of it, but a vast majority of the program is supplemented by general fund dollars. They do have 4 programs: library, recreation, parks and trails, and homelessness services. The homeless services line item there is pretty much the ECHO support that the city council has been given. Again, because we do rely heavily on recreation consultants or contractors, instructors, those are considered operating costs, not necessarily personnel costs. And so that's why you kind of see a little bigger proportion there. And then because I added the Salinas River Walk Trail lights of $460,000 there, oops, I'm going backwards, that made the capital project pie chart look a little bit skewed a little bit, but their supplemental requests include the boatmobile. That's just the annual operations and eventual replacement at $70,200 a year. We do have a request for a teen services librarian, which is consistent with the strategic plan. Same with the other positions in recreation. There was a focus on trying to do culturally diverse public events, which will be kind of a main focus of that program coordinator and that admin assistant. When we did the reorganization in moving parks maintenance over to community services, one item that we left off was dedicating an actual maintenance budget for trails. And so previously it was kind of if we had extra money left over in some of the other parks to help with the trail, that's how we funded those. What staff is recommending is actually doing a baseline allocation for trail maintenance moving forward. And then lastly, the big one, the Salinas River Walk Trail lighting project at $460,000. We are looking and trying to reach out to the Rec Foundation to help offset some of those costs there. But as of right now, we show the full amount in this operating budget. And then moving on with the kind of the homelessness goal, the budget does include $222,000 per year towards ECHO continued support services. In addition to that, we also have in the goal document wanting to hire our city's services manager in-house and help coordinate all these actions. And so when we're kind of finding out or developing a game plan on how we could fund a homeless services manager, ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, which was the COVID stimulus package back during the COVID-19 era, City Council actually allocated $500,000 to housing and homelessness services. It wasn't very direct, it was very vague, but $500,000 was for housing and homelessness. The other 4.2, the vast majority was to the South Vine Street project, and then some to the Sherwood Pickleball Court project. Well, we do need to have these funds expended by the end of this calendar year, or at least committed by the end of this calendar year. And so what my recommendation would be to do is to essentially change the color of money a little bit. The money that we were paying to ECHO, which was just unrestricted general fund dollars, replace that with ARPA. And that frees up general fund dollars to help at least seed plant this homeless services manager program that we're going to recommend implementing.
I think that's the thing I'm hoping that we fully understand. This is only the ARPA funds. That doesn't mean it's the total cost of those projects.
Correct.
This is only the portion that ARPA would pay.
Yeah, the city received $5.5 million in ARPA funds. And
Thank you.
This is city council resolution allocation. The only one that wasn't very specific, again, was the housing and homelessness
Right.
piece of it.
But the South Vine Street Bridge project is not going to be as little as 4.1.
No, that's
It's more like 10.
It's a $20 million project.
Okay.
And just so I understand, you're suggesting we utilize these funds for what?
So utilize these funds to pay ECHO for the last 2 years.
So we're going to reimburse ourselves. We used general fund previously. We could have used ARPA. We're going to reimburse the general fund with ARPA funds consistent with the ARPA regulations.
And this will, the intention is this will free up at least a seed program, right? We're not committing general fund dollars, at least out of the gate. And the intention is to demonstrate over the next 2-year budget cycle what this program could be, how it's going to be funded in the long term, if there's going to be other funding partners in the North County, if the county is going to be able to be a funding partner, or a Tascadero. Mr. Lewis.
Just to clarify, to make sure council is clear, we're talking about the homeless services manager position, is trying to find a creative way to be able to demonstrate proof of concept on that by freeing up dollars using ARPA money.
Thanks for that clarification. I think it's a great use of otherwise restricted funds and replacing to build back the general fund. The school district was a master at that, so well done. I think this is a great idea.
Yeah, I honestly, I wish I just thought about that sooner.
Better late than never, right?
Yeah. So, and then, yeah, because honestly, I am being a little nervous on the ARPA, because if we don't get them obligated by the end of this calendar year, they are required to be returned to the federal government.
So just begs the question, any other funds like ARPA funds left over that have not been committed?
Not like ARPA, no. I do have a slide at the end that kind of shows some unrestricted reserve balances that we'll go over again. Okay, moving on to the city manager's office. There's only 6 of them, few but mighty. They get 2 funding sources, one from the general fund, and then we have an economic vitality fund. Those are where the proceeds from the closure of Diablo Canyon got deposited into. I believe there's right around $100,000, I guess, available for the economic related activities. See, I waited 30 seconds before I called myself a liar, and I guess we do have other lots of money. That's it, just those 2. This is how the city manager's office is broken down by city council, the civic engagement, city clerks, and economic development, kind of 50-50 split between personnel and operating. I think the main reason why the operating is so high is because city attorney costs are pretty much well embedded into city council and city manager's office, and so we call her a consultant, and so she's an operating cost, not a personnel cost.
I have a question. City council all of a sudden is dropping from between 24 and 25? How's that possible?
Let me see if I can find that for you.
I mean, that's a $30,000 difference.
Oh, no. A lot of times what happens is in election years, there might be additional one-time costs to send down to the county.
Okay, so you're talking about election costs, possibly.
That only happen every other year.
Those are allocated to the city council because it's a city council election.
Right.
Election seat. Thank you.
I will follow up with you, though, and make sure that that's an accurate statement. 3 requests out of the city manager's office. One is a $50,000 ongoing request for $50,000 a year for that video production. We did 2 videos this last year, one on streets, Measure E12, and the other on water and its water supply. The other 2 are goal related. One is a tourism impact fee study, and the other is that middle mile broadband conceptual plan. And then last department, moving on to mine, admin services department, we have about 18 over there. We are funded with the general fund, IT service fund, because we do technology for all funds, including water and sewer, and same with the risk management internal service funds. Again, risk is across all of the organization, and that's kind of why our operating costs are such a bigger percentage of our overall departments, because we do have the insurance premiums and the technology-related costs in there as well. So overall, we're about $6.3 to $7 million a year. broken down that way. You'll kind of see Treasury fell off the map there. I changed the accounting allocations on Treasury to net with the interest income, which is what we should have done all along. And then as far as supplemental requests, we just have one additional person, kind of a middle person in between the HR specialist and the HR manager, and then developing that employee recognition program and establishing that. Again, those are both city council goals and stated. All right, I'm going to change it up real quick, just for a second. This is current fiscal year 23-24. We have 3 quarterly updates and adjustments to be made. The first one was having to do with the animal services contract for San Luis Obispo County. As you know, they just recently built that facility. We are obligated to make our proportionate share of the debt payments. It's right around $160,000 a year. We missed it during our budget update, as well as some other new technologies that are going on over there. The CAD RMS system, the computerized aided dispatch system is newer and upgraded, and it had additional annual contractual services as well. Just so the council to know too, we are working with the police department a little bit more closely on their annual contracts. We've actually consolidated them all down to the department administration. So rather than having them in patrol or investigations, we're having the administration team take care of all the annual contracts, so we're not missing any moving forward. A couple of meetings ago, the City Council heard a report on the airport assessment findings and recommendations. There were a couple of items that Mark had asked or would like to get started on sooner than later, and those are outlined in the report as well. And then the last one is, again, that concept of using ARPA dollars to pay the past costs that we paid for ECHO, to free up some general fund dollars there. Again, we have a little bit of a gap to work on, but by the next city council meeting, I do anticipate that being shrunk up a little bit, obviously with both comments from tonight and in the future. Yes, Mr. Strong.
On airport, I don't know if you've been included in this email, but evidently the Army may be using our facility more in the coming year at an additional fees that they will pay to us. And I don't know if you've been informed of that yet.
No, I have not. But at the next meeting, we're going to have an update for
That's Air Force. It's Air Force. Well, but it's in support of Army operations too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So here's kind of some unrestricted reserves. So the general fund, I'm kind of projecting at the end of the fiscal year to be right around $20.6 million. Our minimum per policy is right around 15.3. It's 30% of the revenues. What's interesting for me is because we changed when I got on board in 2017-18, we updated the reserve policy. It used to be 25% of operating expenditures, and we changed it to 30% of revenues. It's a more conservative number. I mean, it requires a higher amount in reserves. There's no magic behind it, but the 30% of revenues is a conservative goal in and of itself. And so one of the questions I have on the next slide is how much of this general fund reserves is City Council willing to reduce in order to get some of these initiatives off the ground. The supplemental sales tax, that's Measure J20 and E12. That's a little skewed. It says 7.3. That is the estimated at the end of the year. However, there's a lot of projects that we knew were going to need to be funded with future J20 reserves. And so that's going to be updated here shortly. But we do have other discretion. We have a facilities replacement fund, about $1.5 million that's unappropriated. We have an ADA transition plan. That's that $500,000 a year that we kind of set aside. So there's about $1.3 million available there. And then we have a little bit of $150,000 of City Hall development funds. There's actually millions of dollars in there, but it's already allocated to the project. And so more than likely, staff will recommend just allocating the remaining $154 towards the same City Hall refresh project. That concludes my presentation. I do have some general kind of questions for council on the left-hand side, and then the staff's recommendation on the right-hand side. With that, Mr. Gregory, happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I have a question while I'm waiting here. So Ryan, can you go back to the very first slide on revenues?
My rest of the work out here.
Okay. So on this slide right here, I'm seeing a decline in sales tax by a lot, like $4 million. How could that be?
So it's the Measure E12. It expires on March 31st, 2025.
Oh, so you just have that built into this?
That's built in, that it's not going to be there in the future.
Okay. And is there another slide right after this? Next one. I think that, well, the one surprising number to me, and I guess it's hard to determine, was the public works expenses are climbing quickly, but there's a lot of physical expenses or operating expenses in their budget, right?
Yeah, the landscape and lighting district is a pretty large operation, and it's apart from the general fund. And all of those costs are shown as operating expenditures out of the Public Works Department.
And then there's a startling, I see, never mind. I'm good. That answers the questions. Thank you. Other questions? Sarah? Brett?
No, I did a great job.
John?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Chris, you're last.
Thank you. Ryan, not to put you on the spot, and I don't need an answer tonight, but there's been a lot in the news lately about how much funding has gone into the unhoused community and where did it go? Is there some way that you can bring back to council at some point how much money, like in the last 5 years, that we have budgeted, and give a general accounting of where that money, from what I've seen, it's not a whole lot compared to some of the numbers that are in the news, but just so we keep an eye on that going forward.
Yeah, and I won't get into specifics of the total cost. I just know that some of the activities the city has done in the more recent history is that conceptual of the warming shelter kind of by the wastewater treatment plant. We did the Borky Flats temporary campsite. Right. So those are kind of the costs that have been incurring. More recently has just been pretty much funding ECHO's services, but I will provide more details.
Thank you very much.
So I have one more question about our surplus. Can you talk about that a little more? What are you talking about on the surplus?
So for the upcoming 2 year, at least on a budgetary standpoint, we're not seeing a surplus. We're actually seeing a $13 million deficit currently. But again, we still have to work through some of the requests and then the supplemental requests. Whenever we do have a surplus, I guess let me get to the last slide because it actually has a question for you. Is that second bullet point on the left-hand side is do we budget for budget savings? And so it's very typical in most agencies, and we've I don't want to say experiment, it's not the right word. We have used that concept here, but because we're a conservative council, we don't really like to do that, right? But essentially what that is we're budgeting at 100% of our revenues in anticipation that we're not going to spend 100%. We're usually right around 95%. But obviously there's risk associated with that. So get a sense of what council's appetite for putting a budget savings line on in the budget. Now, if we don't do that, that's great, and you budget savings and then go straight to reserves. Right? And that's kind of how we built up the operating surpluses over the last several years. If we go down the budgeting for budget savings, we won't have that surplus like we've kind of seen in years past.
Council members, I'd kind of like to augment some of this information as well, if possible.
Go ahead.
So when we're talking about this, this deficit that we potentially would have, most of those are one-time costs that we're looking at, even though there are some recurring. I felt it was important as we discussed it with Mr. Cornell and the management team to bring those forward. As council knows, for those of you that have been here for a while, going back to 2008, 2009, when the economy really crashed, one of the things that council made decisions to do, along with the city management at the time, was to defer spending on different items. Some of those items, like the Riverwalk connection trails and those kind of things, never received any type of funding and just kept getting deferred. Trails maintenance, maintenance at Centennial Park. There's maintenance throughout the city that is just, the can's been kicked down the road a few times. I thought it was important for the community and for the council to know. One of the questions that I had is, how much have we deferred, and when are we going to get to it? Is there a plan for that? So some of these numbers are fairly shocking, but I think it's important for the community to know that there are, CIP and maintenance issues throughout the city, including $1.5 million for a public safety center roof. We're talking about 6 figures or more for the stucco coating on City Hall. That is faulty. If you walk around, you'll see it just chipping off, and water damages, all the way to replacing lighting and improving trails within our parks. All of those are old deferred items that we have to make a plan at some point to be able to do and to be able to repair. So these numbers are bigger than what we've normally seen. But in past years, we haven't always done a good job of bringing those forward for council consideration again. And that's why the question's there is, does the council feel comfortable drawing down reserves? Do we want to use our Section 115 trust to help pay our pension obligations, to free up money to be able to use for some of these things? And how do we want to prioritize? That was the challenge to our staff to bring forward for council and community discussion. And I felt it was important that you got that context as you deliberated moving forward.
Mind if I modify that?
Sure.
Just historically, we had to make decisions back then as to where to cut. And the state was threatening us with huge fines because of some of the great deficiencies at our water and sewer plants. So we put the money there rather than cutting some of these other things. And that's why these were frills. They weren't necessities, but they were things nice to have that we wanted, but they weren't necessities. We felt that it would be far more disastrous to accept huge fines. And I mean, some of those fines were threatening to be extremely high, as much as $10,000 a day by the state, that they would just take right out of our bank account. And we couldn't afford that. So we had to take care of that stuff first, and this had to be deferred. Not that we were trying to be negligent, but that those were expenses that had to be met at that point in time.
Quick question on the $13 million deficit, and since E12 sunsets in March, that's not included in this budget for the next 2 years, correct?
The revenue is not included in the budget, but the expenditures are. So that is contributing to the large.
So that basically makes up that 13 million.
But a lot.
I'm just trying to make sure that I understand.
Yeah, Ms. Roden, I think that's a great question, and we're flushing that out a little bit more. We didn't want to assume, A, that the council would put E12 on the ballot, and we didn't want to assume that the community would support it and pass it. We also didn't think that it was an accepted option to avoid doing any of the street repairs. So we came up with a plan to be able to fund those through the general fund. Again, I would say that the majority of these is, that when it comes to E12 and roads, come up with a plan to be able to split that using J20 funds, which would certainly, and we've discussed this with council and with the community at various meetings, would certainly impact our funding to police and fire, which isn't an ideal circumstance. We're hopeful that we'll find an alternate path to replace that money, but if we don't, we're prepared to take it on.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Ryan, the bond market's been in a bit of a turmoil the last few days. Looks like it's just going to get worse with the inflation news. What does that have any potential impact on the bonds? Do we have anything coming up to be refinanced? Are we fairly in a safe harbor position there, or what do we need to do?
Yeah, we have two projects that we're eyeing that we're likely going to need some sort of debt assistance with. The first one is the South Vine Street road realignment and that bridge to reconnect to Theater Drive. And the second one is going to be either Warrow Creek Bridge or the Highway 46 overcrossing, or both, I guess, for that matter. So Yes, it's kind of when we keep doing our assumptions, that interest rate keeps kind of tricking up a little bit too. But it is going to limit our ability, our debt service construction funding. Sorry.
So, I mean, the debt service goes out over 25, 30 years, and that part of it's good. But are we talking tens of millions of dollars a year, or a few $1 million a year? What and how does that fit into these assumptions that we're looking at here?
Yeah, and that's the challenging thing. There's too many moving pieces for me to really give you a good answer, right? The timing of when it's going to happen, the cost of what's going to happen, and the ultimate funding, right? And we do know that developers are going to be paying their proportionate share, but so it's really kind of unclear what the city's going to end up paying on some of these infrastructure projects. So right now they're kind of more, I don't want to say placeholders, but they're kind of more of a plug in the outer years, right? Because we're talking 3 or 5 years outside of this budget cycle. But we are definitely keeping an eye on current revenues and making sure we have enough leeway or wiggle room that if we do pull a bond, we have enough to pay the debt service. And we have to prove to the bondholders that we can actually make the debt payments, right? So
right. Exactly.
There's definitely that element.
That's a tough one.
Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Bausch, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I asked that question. Great answer. Thank you for that. To answer your question regarding deferred maintenance, so there are items like buildings, the roofs, and the stucco. Those have to be done, I think. That would be my 2 cents. Other projects, we might have to put those on hold another few years. Let's do the hard buildings. We don't want to replace buildings on top of roofs, but we also have to keep in mind that our debt service is going to be most likely increasing.
Yeah, so just to clarify on some of the debt he referred to, we haven't taken on yet.
Right.
So those there's 2 things that council should be aware of. One is that we're contractually obligated to build the Vine Street realignment project. That's part of a developer agreement that was made. And the good thing with that is, again, talking about the complexities of bringing forward these kind of projects successfully is the timing. One of the good things with our partners at Quorum that were in that developer agreement, they're contractually obligated as well. And so we're hopeful that the project that they deliver is everything that they say it is, and that would obviously help offset those funds. In fact, Mr. Cornell and I have been working on repayment. If we have to go that direction, we're trying other ways first to try and pay that, but debt service is an opportunity to do that. We've talked about CFDs, we've talked about other options. So hopefully we'll bring the most palatable option, but in the end, we do have a contractual obligation with a deadline to be able to get that done, and we want to coincide it with the completion of that project. So any revenue, whether it's TOT or sales tax increases, we can come to council and say we have a solid financing plan to be able to repay that debt without using general fund dollars that currently exist.
And John, do you have any questions of Ryan?
Yeah, I do, Steve. First, I guess, really it's bringing light to how critical that E12 really is and how it's been used over the last 12 years. And when it goes away, that the public's going to see that it's definitely going to impact our budget heavily. So again, they need to understand, that if we do ask for this, for their approval to re-up it, it's in writing, it's on black and white paper how those monies are going to be used and effectively helping our streets. The next question I had was with regard to the reserves, Ryan. What is our current reserve amount percentage right now? You're asking to bring it down to 30. What are we sitting at right now? 47, 48?
Go ahead, Ryan.
The actual reserves are at 20.6 million. I believe that's at 38%, 39% of revenues right now. So I think we have about a 10% wiggle room, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's one option. But the other question I had was the pension trust, the CalPERS. How are they performing? This has always been on my radar with regard to pension and our employees' retirement. How is CalPERS doing? Can you give us a quick snapshot on, and you're asking to use the pension trust funds. that's what it's there for. It's been a great move for us to control our own money, but how will that affect our budget if we do use some of our pension 115?
Sure, and I apologize, I didn't put the Section 115 trust balance up there on this slide, but there is $10 million set aside for future pension payments. And so it's, as far as the investments tracking with PERS, it's pretty close. They're not, one's not, sometimes our 115 is a little bit ahead, and sometimes it's really kind of the same as far as interest being earned. The benefit, obviously, is the city council has the flexibility, has the dollars in hand to be able to send it up to PERS whenever we do run into some of these budget challenges. And so that's really up to city council. Right now, our UAL payment is right around $4.7 million a year. And so that is dollars that we could take out of the Section 115 trust and send to PERS, and then it frees up the general funds obligation to make that payment for the year.
Agreed. That's kind of what I think we probably ought to be doing if we do not get the approval for E12 renewal. Again, that's our nest egg, so to speak, but it won't last long. And again, the public needs to understand that. So, okay, I think that's all I had, Steve. Thank you.
All right. Can I go and open to the public, see if there's anybody, or do you want to talk some more?
Just one quick question. Mr. Mayor brought up a good point. What if we end up in a situation where we would need to use something like the 115 funds, would it behoove us to draw up a contingency plan with our managers saying we may have to cut? We don't want to do anything now, but make that plan now before it's crucial. It's hard to do those kinds of cuts in the middle of an emotional turmoil. But if we make those plans today and bring them out down the road, if needed, they're ready to go and we don't have to dither around. Just a thought.
Thank you, Mr. Bausch. You're right on point with what staff has already been considering. To my knowledge, there wasn't any real guidance on when or when not to use those funds, and that always becomes the question before us is, do you want to wait till a crisis to use it, or do you want to use it proactively? And it's that opportunity cost. It is another, opportunity to. We don't have to pay a full payment out of that. We can blend the money. There's a lot of options out of there, but bringing forth a solid policy that the council and community backs, I think is a smart decision.
Just to be clear, not just on when to spend those funds, but also we have a lot of new personnel built into this because we've coming across some very good years. At some point that may dry up and then we have to start cutting back. It's just part of any enterprise. It's not just this city. Any enterprise has to have that. And it would be, like I said, just be wise to plan that today when it's unemotional.
We do. We have a layoff prevention program that's in writing that, council and staff work together to adopt. There's been 2 iterations of that. One was, going back again to those 2007, 2008, 2009 era. It was updated again, I believe, right around 2019, 18, somewhere right in there, right when COVID was really starting to hit, and everybody was concerned about what the budget impacts were going to be then. So we definitely have a solid plan for how we would move forward with employee reductions if necessary. Conversely, one of the things that I've challenged staff with also is when we have to, it took us almost a decade to try and recover from that, personnel wise, to get back to where the revenues would support the expansion and the growth that the city would have experienced, had it continued on a solid trajectory. So I've also asked staff to develop a plan for the opposite of that. Right now, we've been trying to recruit a city engineer for better part of a year and we're struggling. So what kind of things can we do to be nimble and be able to incentivize key positions within the city that we need to fill and retain those folks? So it's I think that you need that double-edged sword, so to speak, to be able to do it. But the Section 115 trust is definitely a policy that requires further development.
Quick question, Mr. Gregory. Brian, did we have a line item to fund the 115 this year in the budget?
Yes, we did. I think it was in the neighborhood of $550,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open it to the public and we'll come back and discuss some more. So, Mr. Rivera, you'd like to say anything?
Mr. Rivera, I don't think your microphone's on yet.
Hello, can I get my time back?
There you go. Yes.
There you go.
Can I get my time back, 3 minutes?
You have 3 minutes.
This is one of the reasons why I came tonight. You know, my property tax bill has increased. My property insurance doubled. My car insurance has gone up significantly. There's significant increases because of inflation. And I'm not complaining because everybody's involved, everybody's having the same problems. I'm not crying about it. Linda and I can afford it, but we don't like it. But this state is going to have a $68 billion budget deficit. Have we factored that into this whole enterprise? $155 billion in 4 years. Now, you know, we all have budgets at home. If suddenly we had a budget deficit of 13, million? The public needs to understand that. And the trust that this city council and some on this dais have provided this community is not good. So you're going to go to them and you're going to ask them for more money. Mom and dad's at home trying to raise their kids. Inflation's out of control. This is the type of thing where you walk out of a shower and somebody like maybe your wife says, you know, we got a budget deficit, slap. What are we going to do about it? It tends to wake you up. Now, I do like the idea of Chris Bausch where you have a contingency, where you say, look, our family has a significant budget deficit coming. We have a storm coming. Now, you say you have $20 million in resources to get you through that. But when you have a state that's nearly bankrupt, they've got $1 trillion in unfunded liabilities. Are you kidding? You're living in a dream world. This city needs to prepare for a storm. And rather than laying people off, we need to start looking at our staff and saying, look, you're going to have to take, this could be a contingency thing. You may have to take a 5 or 10% reduction in your pay or more. We don't want to lay people off at a time like that. We need to start thinking outside of a box and start preparing for those times that are coming. Every person on this dais has had a situation where they've had to have significant cuts in their lifestyle and the way they provide for their families, unfortunately. But what we have to do as a city is we have to put up our grown-up pants and start deciding. You go to the public and ask them for additional taxes, I think you're spitting in a hurricane.
Thank you. Is there anybody else like to speak?
Good evening, City Council. Austin Solheim, Director of Operations and Development for El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. First, I just want to say thank you to the city staff who created this process for us to be a part of. It has been amazing to see all of the work, all of the different departments, and to have truly a clear picture of the budget and what is happening in Paso Robles. The one clear thing that has come to me in all of this is the investment that the City Council and the community makes here in our city, which is incredible. Of course, I'm here to talk about homelessness and the investment in ECHO, and to comment on Councilmember Bausch on the deficit that you've seen, right? The amount of money that has been spent. If you go through and you read the article that even KSBY came out with last week, you'll see noted in there the example of what a successful program and what the true is, and you'll see described in there the exact thing that we're doing in Paso Robles with a combination of emergency shelter and permanent supportive housing with our relationship with the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo. I will tell you, and I'm not afraid to tell you, I've worked for multiple homeless services agency across not just California, but also in Nevada and across the West Coast. And there is not a single agency that by data is more successful than ECHO. And the reason for that is not because it is part of California, it is because it is part of North County, it is part of Paso Robles, it is part of our community, it is part of the volunteer and the true essence that we have here in our community. So much so that the model that we have, what we've done, has been copied all across the Central Coast, and we give it out. We want people to get back into housing. We want people to be successful throughout. And so as you're looking at all of the different funding opportunities, and I don't envy a single one of you and the choices that you have to make in doing it, I just say thank you for the support that you have given ECHO over the past 2 years. And I truly hope to continue that work and continue that effort to continue to make a difference with Paso City staff here in our community going forward, whether it be with the homeless services staff or with City Council. I'm glad to be a part of this community. I'm glad to be a part of ECHO. And I look forward to the continued relationship of working with the City of Paso, the police department, the firefighters, and all of the wonderful individuals here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin.
Gary Lair, 1472 Whippoorwill Lane. I want to reinforce what Michael Rivera said. We all live in the same state, in the same community. We all have the exact same interests. We want our utility bills to be low. We want our quality of life to be high. And we have all the same goals in mind. Now, how do we do that? How can we get everybody together on the same page? I think about that every day. I do need your help. I do need you to come down to the Board of Supervisors and say, why are you promoting the use of electric vehicles and then de-emphasizing infrastructure expenses? The electric vehicles have much heavier batteries. They're going to rip up the roads. They're going to cause more of a need to spend on infrastructure to make up for that. And as far as I know, I'm the only one who's ever pointed out, what are you going to do when a school bus, an EV school bus catches on fire and children's lives are at risk? I personally, if I had small children today, I would never send them to school in an EV bus. And my friend who was in the CDF for 30 years goes, yeah, and what happens if I can't get to the school bus fire because the battery is out on the fire truck? I mean, there's just a lot of common sense areas where we can be very united. And, you know, and as a conservative, I feel the bulk of money should be spent here. You guys should be able to make the decisions. You know Paso Robles better than anybody else. And as a member of the executive board of the Republican Party or any party, I always say, or nonpartisan, whatever group you're in, if you guys can possibly come down to the Board of Supervisors and tell those people, you know, you have to look at the big picture. What is causing 700,000 productive citizens, taxpayers, to leave this state? This is not good. We're losing productive citizens. In Templeton, we're losing good teachers. And one of the things we need to do is that the teachers' unions have a, in my opinion, and I know this is very controversial, I've been told not to say this, but frankly, the teachers' unions do not have the best interests of our students. Now, we need educated people here. We need to make our schools top-notch, first class, and we need to get people who want to live in this area because they're attracted by the schools, the quality of the schools. And I would just appreciate if you guys could reflect on what you think that you can do to help to create, because I know that our common goals are much greater than whatever the small things are that really separate us. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Anybody else online or? Okay. I'll bring it back to the diocese here for conversation. Go ahead, Mr. Strong.
Yeah, I'm glad that Mr. Lara stayed, even though Mr. Rivera left immediately, because we haven't made any decision to raise any taxes, even to extend the existing ones. But the only one we're looking at right now does have a clause in it to go either just extend the current rate or to raise it by half cent. But it is the one particular fee that we charge that our citizens pay less than half of, because our tourists pay the vast majority of it. And the sales tax actually it's not on necessities. It's on automobiles and trucks, yes, and that's the biggest one we pay locally. But a lot of it's on restaurant meals. It's on tourism items. And that's where the money's coming from. But even when it shows that it's coming from within our zip code, and it's allocated by zip code, the zip code includes as many people outside of the city limits as live inside the city limits within the zip code. So we don't even have an accurate picture of what the percentages are, except that we know that the tourists are paying much more than 50% of it, closer to 60. And it's a difficult thing because it's a thing that really keeps your roads going. And that's the biggest thing that it's used for. And that people need the roads done too, as you were just pointing out, especially and I agree with you about the electric versus gasoline. If the money were put into just cleaning up the gasoline and making the carburetors better and the other devices, then I think we could get along much better with oil, as the rest of the world is doing. However, on the budget, I don't see any problem with what's being proposed right now. As far as it's gone, it's very good. I think you've done an excellent job. And we have handled our deficits in the past pretty well. Granted, Mr. Bausch has a very good plan, and we did that in the past too. We had a layoff prevention plan, and that was exactly how we did it. And we didn't have to lay anybody off. We did have a lot of retirements that then raised our PERS, unfortunately, or that liability. But other than that, we came through it really well, and I think we can again.
So I'd like to just make a comment, then I'll come back later. But our layoff prevention plan is still in place. Our layoff prevention plan is still in place. And I think it's really important, and I'm just going to recommend that we do this. In the budget process, I think it's really important to have a lot of clarity. And I'd like to see, we may have a deficit, but we have a deficit because we don't know if we're going to have our E12 tax come back. So that needs to be clearly shown and stated in your budgeting process, because it helps us gets interested in more favorable in supporting that tax so it can save that money. I think it's really important. And I just have a technical question. On the page we have right now, the ARPA funds were at 500,000. How did they get back to 444,000?
Because ECHO is limited. I can't show expenses of over and beyond what we've actually paid. So we're going to pay ECHO 444,000 over the last 2 years.
They're not going to spend all of it. Good job. You'll have some.
It was a question. Why?
There's still an unallocated amount, which will likely be part of the next budget.
So I just had those two questions. And Sharon, you want to say anything? Chris?
Just recap. Where the $225,000 from general fund, where is that going to be spent? So
on the slide,
to modify the general fund, $225,000.
Yes, that's going directly to the police department's annual contractual services.
Thank you. That's all the question I have.
So I'm going to go ahead and talk about the reserves and the trust. So, John, you want to say something? Let's get you in there.
Okay, Steve. Yeah, I've just got to mention again the fact that, I certainly support the modification of the general fund here. But the bigger question is, what we're going to be faced with our budget in the coming fiscal years in the 2-year budget process, that, this is a point where we're planning. It can always be modified, but clearly it should show the public that the E12 is going to be a major factor in our future. So again, just draw a little more light to it so people understand where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So my comments on 115 trust. I think it's imperative that we don't use that for anything but lowering our unfunded liabilities, however that works. If we make a payment and it saves us the money and we don't have to make the payment on an annual basis, that's okay. But I think that trust is very important for the long-term future of our city to keep the unfunded liabilities down. I don't want to use that as a savings spending account. It won't work. So that's my 2 cents worth. So, okay. Do anybody want to make a motion or?
I'll be happy to.
Okay. So we have two motions.
Two motions?
Yep.
Okay. First motion, receive and file this report, provide any desired direction, provide the direction provided on the preparation of the fiscal year 2024-25 and 25-26 budget. That's the first motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, and second, and then I want to make sure, are you guys okay with the discussion of the surplus in that?
I would rather see that come back. I think we're
separate
too much.
Okay. All right. Those
Council, we can bring back a couple options in the next one.
Right.
I think that,
just for clarity,
we have some general direction, I think, that will help us further refine the budget based upon the discussions today.
Okay.
And I think that we can use that information to bring back some more options for council.
Okay. All right. So let's call for the question, please, Melissa.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Second motion, approve resolution 24XXX, amending the city's budget for maintenance and operations and capital appropriations for fiscal year 23-24 to modify the general fund $225,000, ARPA fund $444,000, and airport fund $96,000 as outlined in the report.
Second.
Any discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. We're going to move back to item number 4 in our consent agenda. Or was it?
6.
6, I'm sorry, 6. And that would be Kirk Gonzalez. Don't see him. Well,
Yes.
wait, Chris is here.
Doesn't look like.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Kirk Gonzalez is on the line, and he's going to provide a brief presentation on this item. And just as a reminder, Mr. Gonzalez is our engineering manager for the utilities department, as well as the new project manager for the recycled water project.
Thank you, Christopher. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Kirk Gonzalez, Utilities Engineering Manager here, presenting on item 6. So the City Council probably recalls that we recently advertised for bids and we held a public bid opening for our recycled water distribution project. We received 5 bids and the bid amounts range from around $22 million to $32.6 million. And they were pretty well distributed within that range. With the assistance of our project engineer and city's attorney's office, staff reviewed all the bids, and we found that unfortunately all bids had deficiencies in providing either the forms or the documentation that were required to be submitted with bids in order to comply with the city's funding agreement with SRF. So as another reminder here for the listening audience, the city's entered into a financing agreement with the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program so that we could benefit from low interest rate financing and a grant of around $9 million, $9.7 million for the project. So for the city to comply with the financing agreement, once the project's awarded, we'll need to submit documentation that the awarded contractor complied with bid requirements pertaining to SRF financing prior to the bid opening. And due to the important, the amount really and the great benefit that participation in the SRF program financing provides for the project, and also due to the shortcomings, in the bids complying with the requirements related to the SRF financing, we found that it's in the city's best interest at this time to reject all bids and to re-advertise the project for bids. Before re-advertising, of course, we're going to be adding some additional clarification to the specifications to address in the bid documents and really better assist prospective bidders with complying with those requirements to make sure we don't have similar issues with a rebid. Rebidding the project's going to take additional engineering support, and so we did request a budget and proposal from our design engineer, Corolla Engineers, and their budget and for rebidding for this support is $48,118, and that's attached to the staff report. And also note that following the bid opening, the city did receive some bid protests from the two lowest bidders. They challenged each other's bids, which is sometimes occurs. It's not super uncommon. However, if city council rejects all bids this evening, the protests would be moot, and so that's part of the recommendations. But just as a quick review, first, city or staff rather is recommending to city council that you first reject all bids for the project. Second, that city council finds or rather rejects the bid protests as moot. Third, we're recommending that city council authorize the city manager to extend the scope and fee with our engineer Corolla to provide another phase of bid services in support of rebidding. And then fourth, we're asking the city council authorize us to re-advertise the project for bids. So that concludes my brief report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kurt. Chris?
Thank you, Kurt. Thanks very much for the synopsis. So who prepared the original bid documents?
The bid documents were prepared by our engineer Corolla.
Okay. And so if I understand correctly, certain requirements were not included in those original bid documents.
No, that's not correct. So the bid documents did detail the requirements for bidders prior to bidding to satisfy certain requirements that were related to the SRF financing.
Is that the $13.23 million of grants? Are those requirements associated with the $13 million?
Yeah, they're not for the 13, but rather the low interest financing, which is about 2.6% over a 30-year term, and then a around $9.7 million grant. We already received a separate grant for construction of another segment of the project.
Okay.
And that was under or with a different program.
Do we know why those requirements were omitted?
It's interesting. Through the review of the bids, all of the bidders kind of had different responses and approaches to how they were attempting to satisfy the requirements, which again were spelled out in the contract documents. And so we, even on the city's team, we had questions as to what was critical to provide. We followed up with SRF staff to get clarification, and now we have that clarification, and we're intending to include that if we rebid the project. But no, it wasn't really clear. It was kind of all over the place.
I just have a problem spending another almost $50,000 when it seems to me that problem could have been avoided originally had the bid documents been prepared correctly the first time. Am I wrong in that assumption?
Well, I really look closely at the bid documents after we got the bids. They came in, and I've taken over this project, but I really don't feel like there was a deficiency in the bid documents themselves. All the requirements they're spelled out, but there is some ambiguity, or it's a little bit nebulous, I'll admit, what the state's requirements are, and that's why I reached out to them and requested clarification on a handful of the items. Now we're in a position to better inform prospective bidders as to what those requirements are and what the state revolving fund program is really going to be looking closely at. But we didn't feel like it was appropriate since we had such variability in how respondents were trying to satisfy the requirements. We didn't feel it appropriate to really pick and choose which requirements we were going to hold strong to and which we weren't.
Any way to avoid this in the future?
We're going to take what we learned from this round, and we're going to try to beef up that section regarding the SRF compliance, specifically related to disadvantaged business enterprises, which tended to be the area of that caused most confusion. It was a little vague. It wasn't the fault of the consultants. I mean, we reviewed it, and we had anticipated that would provide enough direction to the bidders. But we're going to really try to beef that section up and be very, very specific about what's going to be required, so we don't run into this problem again. We do not feel that this was a deficiency on the part of Carollo.
Okay. I appreciate your candor. The last question, the bid responses and the bid protests, are those available for public review?
They're certainly available if they're requested. I'm sorry, Christopher, I didn't hear you. There's a little bit of lag. Yeah, they're available upon request, yes.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Go ahead, Fred.
So if I understand correctly, the deficiency was on the part of the state that was ambiguous.
You know, the deficiency is in the bids that we received.
Kirk, let me take a shot at this. So there are regulations from the state on the loan. There was some language in there. Our consultant put it into our documents. There was some back and forth about it. It wasn't, we thought what they thought was clear, they sent forward. It turns out that different people read it different ways, tried to comply with it differently. We went back to the state and said, hey, we got these 6 different ways of complying. Do these work? And they're like, it wasn't great. And so our concern is we get into this process and then they change their mind, or they come out more definitively. They were very definitive on some of them and said, no, it's not compliant. And then we lose our grant funding.
Well, that's exactly what I was saying.
So the safest approach
is... It was the state's problem, not our consultants.
It's the state's interpretation, correct.
Right.
And so, we're going to take that language that they've given us in our discussions with them. We're going to revise the documents to be as crystal clear as humanly possible, and make sure that the state's on board. And then try and do this again, which we hope will result in, more competitive bids and compliance, so we don't have any risk at losing our grants.
That makes sense. Thank you.
I sympathize. I used to do a lot of military bids, and sometimes it's just clear as mud, and you think you're doing it, and it's not. Thank you for the explanation.
John, do you have any questions?
No. I think it's in the best interest of our city to just deny what we have and then start over. And, it's unfortunate, but I think in the best interest of the city.
Yeah, I want to remind everybody of the time when we decided we have to build a water treatment plant, and the prices came in so ridiculous. Chris threw them out and rolled up his sleeves, and he designed his own and saved us millions of dollars. I don't know if it could happen in this case, but that'd be nice. A lot of heat on you there, Kirk. Sorry. Anyway, so what's your flavor? Who wants to make a motion?
Well, I think we could just move staff recommendation, can we not?
Oh, should I should open it to the public first of all. Anybody from the public like to address this? Anybody online? Sorry. Go ahead, Fred.
I move staff recommendation on item number 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
So first by Strong, second by Roden. Please call for the question.
Councilmember Strong?
Yes.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
I'm going to say no, just because I don't like spending an extra $50,000. Sorry, Christopher. Sorry, Kirk.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Okay, that takes care of that item. And thank you, Christopher and Kirk, for the explanation.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that brings us to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Good job tonight. So just for the council's edification, had several meetings over the last couple of weeks to update council on. Last week on Tuesday, I had lunch with Tascadero City Manager Jim Lewis. As you know, he's transferred into that position from Pismo, so making sure that our two cities are collaborating on various initiatives that we have going on. And it was a great visit with him and to catch up on what Tascadero and what we have going on. Wednesday, I was able to attend the Main Street Design Committee. They're ad hoc along with Warren and Chris and who else was there? I just lost my, Frida was there, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired apparently. I apologize. And Paul Sloan was there as well. On Thursday, I wasn't able to attend, but I believe council members, you'll probably discuss it. The county held their State of the County meeting, talking about everything county that's going on. And then moving into this week, of course, we have our meeting tonight, but the rest of this week, I'm going to be in Sacramento. Chris Huot is there right now. We're going to be meeting with Senator Laird, Representative Addis, as well as the California Transportation Commission, lobbying our elected officials and appointed officials regarding the many projects that we have going on here in the city, trying to advocate for as many dollars as we can to come back to the community. And that ends my report.
Okay, thank you. So we now are at council business and committee report. Sharon, you have anything you'd like to share?
Well, my time's been, again, a little low the last couple of weeks. Bless you. But I did go down to the Firehouse #3 for their grand opening. A little rainy that day, so it changed their ability to do some of the showing off that they had planned to do. But I have to tell you, we are so fortunate to have the people that we have, the men and women of the fire and the police departments. Every one of them are just, besides being fun to be around, they're so competent. And we're just fortunate. And I have to name a few. Kevin Connor was he was going to show a demonstration of the use of the drone that they have, but he was held inside that day. But he went through the many uses of it, and I feel like we're on cutting edge here. Captain Amanda and Hayden and Kyle and Daniel and Nat Bass and I had to talk fishing, of course. Anthony and Casey, who's very humble about that picture that everybody's seen of him fighting a fire with him holding on to a 2.5-inch hose solo. He's a stud. I told him that to his face, and I still say it. And some guy named Jonathan that hung out there for most of the day. I tell you what, I got there about 11:15, and it was packed. And I left at about 1:30 because I saw him starting to pick up the tables, and I usually am the last at a party, but it was time to go at that point. But it was great. There was a heck of a turnout. I don't know what the numbers were, but people turned out on a rainy day, and it was very well done, and I'm so proud of you guys. That's it.
Okay. Fred?
Well, thank you, and I'm going to apologize in advance. It's going to be a long report. I have a lot of meetings.
Can you cut it in half?
So, Main Street, on April 8th, and one of the things they reported is this fiscal year thus far, they have specifically served 113,530 unique visitors who had questions, seeking answers, or help from Main Street. So they've been doing a yeoman's job in that respect. On the 9th, I had a board meeting of the Paso Robles Housing Authority. Very interesting meeting. They have a brand new executive director coming in as of next month. And her name is Lonnie Wiley. And she's a graduate of Cal Poly, who went from Cal Poly all the way back to Virginia and has been serving back there in similar type organizations, not actually a housing authority, but dealing with housing, the housing for low-income people, et cetera. Very similar work. So she's coming in, and she'll be here taking over next month. Very interesting stuff that they're working on. They are trying to raise money for summer internships for high school students, and also, maybe, I don't know, that's something different. That's something different. That's a different note I had for a different thing. But they were interested in quite a few other things that they're working on. They're looking at some other properties. They want to do more projects. So they're moving ahead as quickly as they possibly can. Then we went to the Library Board of Trustees on the 11th. And the library is unbelievable. They're starting to utilize the new bookmobile. And we held the meeting actually over at the study center way up at the north end, right near the school that they're about to close. And it was a very, very good meeting there too. And they're going to be using that particular facility for even more uses as soon as everything is set up for next fiscal year. And let's see. They are hoping that they can get RTA to adjust its routes so that they can get kids from the new school as of next September, so they can come back and use the study center there for the afternoon library work. And then we had the Library Board of Trustees meeting on Thursday, April 11th, and that was also a very good meeting. So many things happening that I can't even go into them all because I don't have the full information in front of me anymore. It was all on slides this time because we met there, not in our usual place either. That was also out at the Library Study Center. Oh, I just did that one, didn't I? Sorry, I had two agendas there. Youth Commission, April 10th. That was great. We had Kalani Gaviola, who was announced she was one of only 5 people in the United States to get a national scholarship. All expenses paid for all the way through college. So that's the quality of people we have on our Youth Commission.
Where's she going to school?
So unbelievable. Also, they have a whole committee just working on a summer reading program for volunteers. They do it all by volunteers to work at the library on a summer reading program for the high school students. And those kids are doing great. And a question came up there too. They were wondering if the city might have any internships available for high school children. And so I said I'd bring that back to our city manager and ask him if that's even a possibility to do something like that. I think some of these kids really want to get more involved with the city and know more about it. They're going to be having a big thing for the public, and that's going to be an outdoor movie at Centennial Park that they're sponsoring. And the movie they're going to be showing on May 17th is Top Gun Maverick. So that'll be available for people to go watch outside at Centennial Park on that day. Then there was kind of a personal note that came in just before the last meeting, and that was somehow, well, I got noticed by what can I say, one of the top authors in the United States on nonfiction, and he's one of the top 10 sellers in the United States. And I criticized one of his books for some lack of information and inaccurate information. He called me within 24 hours and wanted to talk to me about it. So we arranged a time, and we did talk. Unfortunately, then he started asking me more and more questions as to how I knew these things and what I was doing, et cetera, et cetera. And as I gave him answers that he knew, I had to know if I really did them because it wasn't historically known. But from his research on the topic, he happened to know some of the same people that I had worked with. And so he kept talking to me. Pretty soon, when it was all over, he said, you know, you had such an involvement and did such interesting things. I got to do a story on you. And touch to my surprise, last week, the story came out nationally in WordPress. And it's now getting noticed in quite a few places on what my activities were way, way back when at the national scene. And then the next day, I happened to be asked for an interview on public radio. So I did a half-hour public radio. And now they heard about this and they want to do another 2-hour segment with me, which I'll do when we can arrange a time. My last one was the Paso Robles Youth Sports Council. And that was an interesting one. Started off with a young lady who wanted to be heard early because she's arranging all of parking for the fair this year. And they're going to have part of the Pioneer Park area. And they're going to do the parking there. And they're going to use that to fund a lot of our sports activities, as well as some scholarships. So they're doing a marvelous thing with the money that they earn at the fair parking. And they're all planning on being up there at the 27th, on the 27th for the pump track ribbon cutting. And they are planning already for the 4th of July and what they're going to be able to do for lighting the fields and getting them in place for soccer. And then they were talking about a March meeting. Oh, they approved those minutes. And then ASO, that's the American Youth Soccer Organization, and they have registration that opened on the 15th, and it'll go through July 1. And it's $100 per student at that point, $150 if they register after the 1st of July. And they're looking for sponsors for teams and uniforms. And if they can find sponsors, it only costs about $300 to $600 to sponsor a team and provide all the uniforms. But if they don't have sponsors for all the teams, then they're not going to use sponsors for any of the teams. So they're really looking heavily for businesses that would be willing to sponsor a youth sports team. And they don't have all that many teams, really. They've only got like about 10 or 12 teams. So they don't need a whole lot of sponsors, but be very helpful. Then they could reduce those fees for the individual student down to less than $100 piece. And that would be good. And they did not have a quorum, so they could not fill 3 vacancies they have in vice presidencies. And that's about the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it short, Fred. Chris?
Thank you. Just in the interest of time, I think Fred covered 90% of what we shared similar committees and appointments. Attended the Senior Advisory Committee, the Parks and Rec, the Main Street Board meeting. I want to thank Angelica 14 and Eric for hosting the Library Vision meeting. Good luck with that. You've got a great job ahead of you, so that's exciting. Echo your sentiments, Fred, on Youth Commission. On April 11th, had a busy day, got to start off, highly recommended reading Don't Let the Pigeon Drive the Bus by Mo Willems. I got to read that to the Senora Magnuson's first grade class. The Library Board of Trustees at the Northern Study Center, and then down to the State of the County presentation. I think we got a real quick synopsis on all of the various county departments. We heard an interesting panel from diverse topics from ag to housing, etc. I think it was their first one. I think it'll just get better with time. And then, again, thank you very much to all the fire personnel who put on the open house. In spite of the rain, I think it was a great success. Enjoyed the time out there. Wish them well.
Thank you, Chris. John? Oh, wait.
I'm sorry. I have a question. Do we need to make a motion to extend our time if we're going back up to closed session?
So you can choose to adjourn, although you have previously indicated that you'd be reconvening. So I think you've already taken your position on it, but if you wanted to make an additional motion, it's not required.
I don't know if we have time. We have to shut our meetings off.
Nope.
Thank
you. Mr. Hammond, do you have anything you'd like to tell us?
Thank you, Steve. Again, personal thank you to you as pro tem and taking care of things tonight for me in my absence. I have a meeting tomorrow with the executive director for the Cecil Spaceport here near Jacksonville, Florida. It's going to be a great opportunity because they have accomplished what we are trying to achieve. And I'm sure he has many things that he'd like to share with us. So I'm going to be doing that and bringing that back to council for discussion and report. Also, I really want to thank our Firemen's Association for putting on a very, very well done, and from what I understand, well appreciated barbecue for past volunteer firemen. It's been over 20 years since we have had volunteer fire, and we were always talking about a final barbecue, which is what we used to have quite often when we were serving. And is a special thanks to our current firefighters that made that happen at Station 3 on Friday before the opening, ribbon cutting. Thank you also for attending, everybody, for the ribbon cutting. I, again, apologize for not being there. I'm sure it was well attended even in the rain. So, other than that, I have nothing more. No county meetings at this point, but I would like to make a special amendment when you're ready. So that's it.
Thank you, John. And I'll just make a quick survey of what we did. So I was at the stand of the county, and that's pretty interesting at the very end of the panel with the gentleman, I think his name was Josh, I'm not sure, but he was very, very qualified on the county and what was going on with financially and economic development with the county. So it's quite an event. It was their first time, and I think they did okay. It was a good thing we went. I did a meeting with Frida on street lighting for the city of Paso Robles. I went to Travel Paso today to see their monthly meeting and talk about all the budgeting and what's going on with them. I went to the Library Futures, I guess, idea that they have for the future of the library, which was very intriguing. I went to the city manager coffee, and I went to the ad hoc airport committee with Councilwoman Roden, and we're having another meeting this week. And I guess the news, I don't know if it's a news or not, but the county has withdrawn their half-cent tax proposal, slow cog. And I'll let that, probably should come from Ty, not from me. And then I went to the Senior Advisory Council. So upcoming events, I had to add a few on here, but I'll just read through them. There's a Development Review Committee on April 22nd at 3:30 p.m. Paso Robles Planning Commission, April 23rd, 6:30 p.m. Paso Robles Airport, Commission meeting on April 25th. Paso Robles Development Review, April 29th. Youth Commission Advisory Committee, May 1st. Paso Robles Development Review Committee, May 6th. Paso Robles City Council meeting on May 7th. And just to add a few more, 426 for the city manager's coffee at the usual spot. And 427 on Saturday for the pump track ribbon cutting. And that's all.
What about the airport ad hoc?
That's on Thursday.
This Thursday?
Yeah.
Thanks.
And then if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and adjourn to the meeting upstairs.
Yep, so we're going to go back into close.
Recess.
We're going to recess in the regular meeting and return to our closed session items, which again are a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and initiation of litigation. At the conclusion of the closed session, we will return to this room and report out anything that is required to be reported out.
All right. So away we go. Thank you.
No, that's just a plan.
So we're returning to the meeting of April 16th, 2024 after a closed session upstairs after the main meeting was finished or delayed. Recessed, sorry.
So we are returning to the open session meeting to report on our closed session activities. We went into closed session on 2 items. The first was conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. One case, there is no reportable action related to that item. Conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation. Again, one case pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D4. The council has directed me to not initiate litigation regarding the paid parking referendum, and there's no other reportable action from that.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we have one item left, and that is I'd like to see if it's okay with the rest of the council to bring the parking program discussion back to May 7th City Council meeting, which is our next meeting.
Will it stay on suspense until then?
I'll support. Absolutely.
I'd support that.
You okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, Melissa, you will call for the question?
No, not a question.
Oh, not a question?
Oops, nope, we don't even need it. You're just directing us to return with an item for you to discuss it in the future.
Okay.
Which will happen to be on May 7th.
All right, so on May 7th, we'll discuss it.
Yep.
And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.